Okay, guys, we got a live feed again. I was getting it live, but it wasn't streaming through YouTube, even though I was set up for it. And it told me it was streaming on my application. It was not coming through on the other side. And I would not have known that had I not been monitoring through my laptop, because all the indicators on my screens told me I was live streaming. And I'm seeing a live screen, but y'all were not seeing that. Sorry about that, guys. So fortunately, I had a laptop watching this separately, and that's enabled me to catch this. I would not have caught it had I not been watching separately to get feedback from my laptop. Unfortunately, I've lost the thumbnail that I posted with it. I'll have to go back and add that later. So at least you got the live feed. I don't know why it did that. I went through and I reset the screen. I tried everything I could to get it to broadcast live. I was getting the image. I had to share a screen. I had everything set up properly, but it was not coming through. I think it was a problem on the YouTube side. Lunch should be 1:30, 1:17 p.m. It is 1:17 Central Time. It is scheduled for 2:17 p.m. Eastern Time, 1:17 p.m. my time. It should be 12:17 p.m. Mountain Time and 11 p.m. 17 p.m. Pacific Time. Those QDs sometimes, you know, when they get cold and hot, they got a seal in there. Sometimes that can get unseated. All right, I got to listen to the main loop now, guys. 2:17 p.m. Eastern, 1:17 p.m. Central Time. I'm glad to see we get some people streaming back in here. I was losing people on the other stream. The other stream should have been live. It should have been coming through. It was buffering for some reason. I think it was a YouTube issue. Because on my end, I was sharing. It was showing I was doing screen sharing. It was showing everything looking right on my screens, on my computer that I'm transmitting from. But it didn't go through. Oh, is it? Thanks for letting me know, Granny. I need to go over and kill that one. I probably will just delete the video. Okay, my thing's showing it has ended. Okay, I just went in and made the other video private because I think it was so botched. I don't even want to have it listed in my video feeds for people to look at, because it really bugs me when I've come in here to do something like that and it does what it did. YouTube basically quit the live feed. It was buffered through YouTube. I had a live feed. I was actively sharing it. I had the sharing screen up. Everything set up properly, but it didn't go through. For some reason, there was a YouTube bug. It cost me a bunch of viewers. So sorry about that, guys. We are live. The countdown clock is moving. We're trying to resolve some internal leak issue right now to see if that's actually a problem. Hello, Anthony. Randy, it shouldn't still be showing as live now. I actually made the video private. It shouldn't even show up anymore if you refresh your screen. Not happy with that video because I shouldn't have that kind of a glitch in it. Also, they didn't start the NASA feed as early as I thought they were going to. All right, can everybody hear me? If you can hear me, say hello. I'll do an audio check. All right,
Getting
folks.
an update now from the liquid hydrogen team. They're about to update the NASA test director on a plan. Currently, we're in stop flow for liquid hydrogen. The team is working that. They detected a leak down in the engine section. Stand by.
Hey, Grant McIntosh, good to see you in the house. Guys, I tried to do a live feed earlier and it froze up in YouTube. I don't know how or why. I mean, it was transmitting, had to share screen up. Everything looked good on my end, but it wasn't going through. So I've restarted it. Hope that's the only time that's ever happened to me. Hopefully it won't happen again. Might have been a data issue, could have been a computer issue, could have been a server issue somewhere between me and within YouTube.
And until that conversation starts, I'll update you now again. Leak detected right there in the engine section of the core stage on the liquid hydrogen side. So 15 minutes ago, liquid hydrogen was flowing, went into stop flow after a sensor there detected a higher than normal percentage of gaseous hydrogen, which is the indicator for a leak. Leak located in an area in a basically the can around the QD. The leak is in the plate cavity, indicating it's a QD seal leak. So now the liquid hydrogen team is working a plan forward to reinitiate the flow of liquid hydrogen. Meanwhile, liquid oxygen is flowing at a little slower rate. We've got a graphic that's tracking that in the core stage. The liquid oxygen tank is above the liquid hydrogen tank. It's 196,000 gallons. As you see there, looking on the left-hand side, you can see that we are in fill. The tank, again, above the 537,000 gallon liquid hydrogen tank. You can see the fill rate and where that is on the rocket. temperature minus 294 degrees. Currently 15% filled. Now, the LOX team will have to, has slowed their pumps down while the hydrogen team is working an issue. They can't get that number above 50% before hydrogen is above 5%. It's called the aft strut constraint. Stand by, getting an update now.
Okay, they're going to try to let the QD warm up in a 30-minute window. They got about 12 more minutes for warm up. They're hoping it will reseat. Those things are real persnickety. They got a seal in them, and they're known to do these kind of things. So Grant, we're hoping we launch today. So they're basically cycling the temperatures and the pressures on this quick disconnect. Quick disconnect cells are testy. They're sensitive. They're known to do these kind of things. About 9 minutes to the initiate flow. So they're working an issue with a quick disconnect leak in the hydrogen fuel valve. It's not uncharacteristic to have a problem like that. As you can see, they've not stopped the countdown clock over it. They have built-in time to work issues like this. And so that's what they're trying to do. They're thermal cycling it basically. They're not feeding in. They're going to start feeding again shortly. I would say in about 8 minutes. Those quick disconnects have seals in them. That's but they are a bit persnickety. So it's not out of family to issue like this. We just hope that we get it resolved and can continue with the liquid hydrogen fuel getting loaded into the liquid hydrogen tank. Cross your fingers, hoping for the best. So I had a live feed up earlier, and I have retracted it because there was there was a YouTube issue with it. It's kind of tricky. I've got to feed this to the Zoom server and the into that from that into the YouTube server. So you get a lot of servers involved in these video feeds and live feed like this when you're using streaming software. But the Zoom server was working, so I assumed it was an issue on the YouTube side. On the one video, yeah, I stopped the other video. Katie, you shouldn't even see it now because I actually went in and hid it from view. Having an issue like that in there, I did not even want to leave it up on the channel. Yeah, things are progressing. We do have a little issue we're working out though, but hopefully it'll work out. There's a pad, guys. That pad was poured for launching moon rockets back in the early 60s. Launched them in the later 60s. Launched a lot of space shuttles. Okay, so that video disconnected. Okay. Yeah, there's some kind of YouTube issue, probably in the servers. Probably just a glitch, but it knocked my live feed out, even though I was showing, I had the screen sharing set up and I was showing I was feeding, but y'all weren't getting it. Y'all weren't getting what I was putting out for some reason. It had to be the YouTube server. I've not had that happen to me before. So I just restarted the video. A lot of computers and networks involved in this feed, guys. Zoom servers, my servers, NASA servers. It should work out. So hang on, guys. We'll be watching launch. There's some clouds up there, I see. Let's hope they don't bring anything bad. I see an egret flying, looks like. A lot of egrets down there at the bottom. They need to get out of there before this thing launches. It'll not be a pleasant place to be for a bird. Yeah, Granny, there was something weird about that feed. It just wasn't working right. It shouldn't have been showing as running either because I stopped the feed. I hit terminate. Finally, I just went down and made it private, which I guess means you could still see it. I could have done unlisted. That wasn't right. It should have done that. Granny, you got them subscribed to my channel? Oh my gosh. Everybody make sure you subscribe. No kidding. That is weird. I think YouTube knows I'm also Galactic Greg's. I mean, Green Greg's. I don't think YouTube likes Green Greg's. On that channel, I talk about stuff. YouTube probably does not care for it. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Bang the update notification bell and click off. Andy's nails and Terrence. Good to see you back. You were here in the last launch attempt, I might call that. Back up to 22 in a row. That's good. Well, if we got hit by CMA at lunchtime, it wouldn't be, that would be suboptimal there, Raymondo.
(7:44 p.m. Eastern Time). Currently T-minus 6 hours, 2 minutes and counting, with an update on the liquid hydrogen leak that the team saw about a half hour ago. They're working a plan, getting ready to put a plan into effect here in 1 minute. They're going to manually warm up the liquid hydrogen line, which is connected on the other side of this core stage. The shot you're looking at, you see where that checkerboard target is. That's a target that's put there so that the flight tracking cameras can understand the orientation of the vehicle in flight. You see it on the core stage, the boosters on the side as well. At any rate, right where that checkerboard is, on the other side of the vehicle is where the umbilicals connect, the supply side for liquid hydrogen and oxygen. And there's a plate, an interface that goes from the ground side to another plate on the vehicle side, on the inside, and there's a cavity between those two. And they get a spike in hydrogen readings that caused an alarm to go off and stopped the flow of liquid hydrogen about 30 minutes ago. There's a cavity that's formed between the two plates.
I had to turn the volume down. It was too loud.
On the flight side and the ground side.
Hope y'all still hear it good.
Stand by.
Let me know if you hear it. He's behind. They already did that. We're about to start refilling. Or trying to reflow. So he's behind.
That was an update just now from the liquid hydrogen team, letting the NASA test director know they're getting ready to perform this manual fill.
But I tell
and
you,
manual chill down, I should say, of that quick disconnect where they suspect the leak is. So they've been warming up that connection. After they stopped float it at 7:15 a.m., they've been warming it for the past half hour, allowing that to warm up. According to the cryo guys, the cryo team, they say that that allows it to reseat once they re-hit it with, and slowly, chilled liquid hydrogen. That gas gets in there, and that slow change in temperature, they're hopeful that they can reseat that 8-inch QD liquid hydrogen supply line. That's the one they currently suspect is leaking. We're going to get an update from the hydrogen team as soon as they have put this plan into work. Once they manually pre-chill that line, which is now warm, they're going to let the NASA test director know that it's underway. Stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control.
All right, about to resume flow of the vehicle. Hey, I'm losing a bunch of viewers all at once. Is there something wrong with the feed? Just lost a few viewers all at one time here. Hey, hey, Foo Bar. We just lost a quarter of our viewers all at once. I don't know what happened there. Don't give me a thumbs up, give a thumbs up. The advantage of watching me on here, unlike the other YouTube channels that's carrying this, I have worked on this rocket. I have worked on it for decades, or the systems. I got decades and decades of experience in aerospace, NASA, defense, and I'm actually on this rocket right now. I'm in the loop. Yes, the clock is running. Okay, Slee. Well, we got a live feed right here. And I know stuff before this announcer does. We are hoping for a launch today, everyone. People keep questioning that. We wouldn't be here with the countdown clock running if we weren't. There will be built-in holes in the countdown clock. That's standard procedure. The plan is that this will launch at 2:17 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If there is an issue, we have a 2-hour launch window. If we have issues pop up that we have to work, that we can still launch within. That is my time. Yeah, they're looking here to scan the tank, making sure everything looks good, making sure they don't see any issues. I do that from time to time. The engineers are checking everything over. They got other scans they're doing too, by the way. This one's been live streamed to you, but they're always checking things over. We're looking at data, we're looking at video. That was the core engine tank. Now you're in the engine section now. Solid rocket boosters on each side. If we get the fuel going, they can go back to engine cool down. Sorting do that. Those things next to the engine are thermal skirts that protect the avionics and hardware that control the thrust vector control the engines from getting too hot. Thank you, Pablo. And she's a beauty there. Scheduled time for liftoff is 2:17 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 1:17 Central, 12:17 Mountain, 11:17 Pacific Time. Yes, that is an incredible sight, right? Beautiful. It's interesting, Ace Lee. Ace Lee is reporting in the chat room that the 60 satellites, the Starlink satellites launched by SpaceX, only 56 of them reported. It's a pretty high failure rate. What happened there? No, this will not be visible in the southern hemisphere. It'll probably launch. Well, eventually, that core stage will go down in the Indian Ocean. There, the Pacific Ocean. Actually, I think it's going down the Pacific Ocean. The shuttle we used to always put the external tank into the Indian Ocean initially. Low Earth orbit's only a couple hundred miles up. You got to remember the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. I don't know exactly what the altitude of the orbit this is. I think station is orbiting about 300 miles. You don't want to go much over 700 miles. If you're in equatorial zones, you start getting into the Van Allen radiation belts. The Artemis vehicles will fly north and south around the thickest part of the Van Allen belts and will fly through fast. That's what they did in Apollo days. For those that said, oh, you can't survive. Oh, yeah, you can. The belts are belts. They're around the middle, just like where we put a belt on our waist. Well, that sounds good. A 10-year-old son, this one. He wants to be an astronaut since he can talk. Wow. I watched every Apollo mission. I was crazy excited about it. I was 9-year-old when we landed on the moon. We're worried about a nut and bolt on the tower being loose straightened. What we call FOD. FOD is foreign debris. You don't want foreign object debris. It's something you don't want to fall or strike a vehicle. That's odd that they're just discovering that. Although the estimated impact is low.
It's 8 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Good morning. I'm Daryl Neal with NASA Communications. An update. We are in the midst of tanking the core stage of the Space Launch System rocket, set for liftoff today at 2:17 Eastern Time, 2:17 p.m. Eastern Time. This is NASA's moon rocket that is going to send Orion on a flight test around the moon. A little bit less than 38-day mission. This flight test intended to test Orion at lunar return velocity, get it around the moon, bring it back, test that heat shield, make sure it's safe for humans to use. We are currently working an issue with the liquid hydrogen loading. I'm listening to the launch team now. So there was a leak that developed in the liquid hydrogen supply line at 7:15 this morning. So running behind on loading liquid hydrogen at this point in the operation. We were scheduled to do the engine bleed kickstart. That's on hold. The team currently has a plan to reinitiate the fill of hydrogen. The flow is on the 8-inch quick disconnect, which is opposite a shot we have on the engines. It's in the engine section, but it's the supply line. What you're looking at right now is actually the middle of the rocket, where the GN2, which is liquid nitrogen, or gaseous nitrogen rather, is supplied along with the hydrogen vent line. Here's the engine section. On the opposite side, right where the checkerboard target is the umbilical connection to the rocket, which has a flight side plate and a ground side plate. In the cavity in there, leak was detected on the 8-inch supply line of liquid hydrogen. I talked to Jeremy Graber, the assistant launch director. He says that they saw a spike in hydrogen gas in there. Now they're reconfiguring the system to minimize the leak and try to get back into hydrogen loading. They allowed the connection to warm up a bit for about a half hour to 40 minutes. And then they are putting right now into effect a strategy to manually begin that hydrogen flow slowly, try to get that seal to reseat and cure that leak. That's currently in work, and that's the latest. Meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen side, on the liquid oxygen side, they are flowing currently at 32% full. They have slowed down their pumps because of a rule that requires the liquid oxygen to be in a certain proportion to the hydrogen. And you can see the graphic there.
They are fueling.
The LOX on the left, liquid hydrogen on the right. You can see the graphical representation of the rocket. We're 32% full on LOX. They've slowed down their pumps because of the rule that says you can't get more than 50% LOX in the tank before you've gotten 5% liquid hydrogen in. And I do have confirmation now that 15 minutes ago, the team did start their flow. You can see that represented on the graphic on the right-hand side. The measurement reflecting 2% full on hydrogen, moving slowly and carefully.
There are cameras on board the rocket. The system
So we'll
is
continue
called
to monitor the
filmers.
progress here and give you updates as we go along.
It's an acronym.
For now, this is Artemis Launch Control.
And the cameras will be downlinked to the ground for engineering. I do not know whether or not they will be live fed. They should be, but I do not know whether or not they will be live fed back for the general public to see. I hope they are, because I wrote the system safety analysis on those cameras. Not that they would work, but that they wouldn't cause damage to the rest of the vehicle. They're considered CRIT 3 systems. Criticalities are the levels of what's required for mission success, or if a system is not required for mission success. There's very few systems on a rocket that fit that category. 95% of everything is got to work or you got trouble. The cameras, though, are not a got to work for the mission to succeed and proceed. So I did not have to evaluate them in terms of their functionality, just in terms of they won't come apart or cause arcing and sparking to damage the rest of the vehicle. But I have worked, and I am a part of the camera team amongst many other teams that I support. So hopefully they will downlink that. There are two mannequins in the cockpit of the Orion, and they have instrumentation. They're built with like to mimic the soft tissues and bones in the human body, and they're instrumented up for radiation detection. One of them is wearing, there's a male and female here. The male captain mannequin, I forget what they're calling him. He's actually wearing the vest that's supposed to give him extra radiation protection. So this will be an interesting experiment. Snoopy on this flight, and Spirit he is. In spirit he is. Yeah, I didn't wear earplugs. I was there at the VAB. I watched the launch of a space shuttle, only one from the VAB. The first space shuttle I ever saw launch was actually the X-37 on top of an Atlas rocket. That was pretty impressive too, especially watching the payload fairings come off way up in the sky. Gravity tester, okay. Well, they might need them in case the red baron comes along. In this case, red China. All right, it's a pretty day down at Cape Kennedy, Cape Canaveral, the original name for it. Cape Canaveral is known as the Air Base. Kennedy is the NASA Center. New days, no, not to my knowledge. Let's hope not. No, they're not all Chinese parts, double odd. It's hard to get electronics these days, like getting that kind of junk though. You have to worry about counterfeit parts, but we do have a pedigree. We watch with these, and we have quality control engineers, quality engineering, quality assurance, all involved in that program. Everybody just give us some thumbs up. We really need them. Yeah, our prime contractor is the lowest bidder too. That's what scares me. Our prime contractor Boeing is having all kind of issues trying to get their CST
LOX
100
team,
capsule
liquid
flying.
oxygen team, reporting that they have now satisfied the aft strut constraint. So they are proceeding ahead with full pump speed on the LOX side. As you can see in the graphic there, they're currently 36% filled. While over on the liquid hydrogen side, they are manually filling at a much slower rate to ease into that that transfer, so that in hopes that that QD will hold over on the hydrogen side. Currently, it's at 3%. Again, the aft strut constraint, 50% LOX, 5% hydrogen. They're on target to satisfy that constraint.
Yeah, you get anomalies popping up with this stuff. Yeah, I jumped over the moon. That's a funny one. Double odd. Yes. I always thought we should name a space probe Alice. I remember the honeymooners. You know what I'm talking about. Gleason used to always say, "Pow to the moon, Alice," like he's always going to hit her and knock her to the moon. Pow to the moon, Alice. Okay, here what's going on here is the LOX tank, liquid oxygen tank, is above the liquid hydrogen tank. Actually having some more fuel in the liquid hydrogen tank does help it bear the weight of the tank above it. And it's got to do with relative pressures within the structure. There's several things. No, they don't want to get the LOX tank too full before they filled the liquid hydrogen tank. So they've got a big ratio of weight on the top. But you can see they are filling the liquid hydrogen tank now, slowly. That's a thrust vector control food bar. Yeah, they have thrust vector control. There are kind of like pistons. There's drive actuators connected to the engines, 2 on each engine to give it pitch and yaw control. And all that equipment for those TVC actuators and the electronics controllers are protected by those thermal blankets. That's the white stuff you see hanging down in the pictures between the engine nozzles and the bottom of the rocket itself, which is the engine section. Justin, I have to be a citizen of the United States to work on this project. I would not be permitted to work on it if I were not. Why'd you ask that? Justin, why'd you ask that? I'm also a veteran, and I've worked defense projects. Justin, what prompted that question? I'm curious now. All right, we got 33 in the room and 33 lights. I know some people have cycled in and out of the room, so I suppose there's still a few people who give us lights. Appreciate everybody being here. They're working out some anomalies that tend to pop up. Is there's a lot of Temperature differentials, a lot of thrust. I'm an alien, that's it. Okay, what happens with the engines? Hey, Chewy Weather. Chewy Weather's up in the northwest part of the country. He just got through doing some logging. So, all right, guys. So here's the deal. Those engines have cryogenic fuels running to minus 100, 423 degrees on the liquid hydrogen, but they got fire on the inside. Now that fire could burn an engine up if you didn't have some kind of control. So what they do is they flow the fluid through the nozzles and then back up into the engines. That does two things. One, it heats the fuel up a little bit, which helps give them more efficiency, and it keeps the engines cool enough so they don't melt. So those nozzles are full of tubes to flow the fuel. Okay, Scan family, well, thank you for your service.
T-minus 5 hours, 29 minutes and counting. Quick update on the flow of propellants into the core stage. The super chilled liquid oxygen back up to full speed, currently 39% full. You can see the capacity, close to 200,000 gallons, and they've got 77,000 gallons in what is a very delicate tanking process. Over on the core stage liquid hydrogen side, currently at 4%. This is in manual fill at the moment. We got a little more than 20,000 gallons in. This tank is most of the core stage, 538,000 gallons. They've got it 4% filled. I saw a leak about an hour ago. So LH2 reporting just now to the NASA test director that their manual configuration for slow fill is going well. It's a good sign. They're going to let that flow for a while before they go back to their auto script, which is essentially software-based flow of the liquid hydrogen, takes over from manual, goes into auto. So we'll wait confirmation of that. In the meantime, the rest of the launch team has been configuring the rocket for launch, including the upper stage, what's called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, preparing that for fill. They've established communications and done other configurations in order to get that ready. And you can see from this shot here, the ICPS, which runs from the beginning of the conical section up to the top of the NASA meatball logo there. That team working on point, but they have had to hold off on a couple of steps in order to wait for the liquid hydrogen to get into fast fill. Of course, you may recall we're supposed to do an engine bleed. That was initially scheduled for just after 8 a.m., so we're running behind on that. But again, the liquid hydrogen team working a plan to reseal a leak at an 8-inch QD on the fill side. This is Artemis Launch Control.
listen to the comm loop, guys. I will answer the question on the orange in a moment. Listening to a discussion on the comm. Okay, somebody in the chat room asked why all the orange. That is insulation. That's a foam. On the first couple space shuttle launches, they painted that white, but the paint weighed so much money that weighed so much that they decided it wasn't worth putting on. In the old Saturn days, the foam was on the inside, but a lot of ice would form on the metal on the outside would come off in sheaths. That was unacceptable for the space shuttle because you had those delicate tiles on the bottom of the orbiter. And then again, we don't want to damage the SRBs next to it. So it's not as critical this time around, but it is still critical. Well, not nearly as critical though. So that's why there's no paint on the orange foam. That is foam. It's an insulated foam, and that's just the color it is. That's all there is to it. Other than that, there's no reason. That's just the color the foam is. There are also thermal protection materials on the SRBs. It's typically mostly like cork. It is painted. SRB is a solid rocket booster. That's the strap-ons. What did it rank up, Richard? Still having problems with that quick disconnect still. They tried the temperature cycle and apparently that's not working. They're going to try pressure cycle next. We may have a problem with launch today to do that. Hope, cross your fingers. They are still trying to work out the issue and find an approach to get the hydrogen tank safely filled.
(8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, T-minus 5 hours and 15 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center, getting an update from the LHY team. They're currently discussing some problem solving. They have their liquid hydrogen line in manual fill after a leak developed an hour 15 ago in the 8-inch QD line that supplies the liquid hydrogen. It's just on the opposite side of that checkerboard target on the core stage. Engineers are discussing plans to raise that level to fast fill. I'll have more on that in a second. Stand by.
See my cursor, that's the thermal blankets I was talking about earlier. There's also an half skirt thermal blanket here. That's metal. It's like a metal chain mail. High temperatures here. That protects the thrust vector control elements above in both cases. There's thrust vector control also in this aft skirt here. That's an aft skirt curtain. It's called the aft skirt curtain right there. These are thermal blankets. We actually torched those pretty good in the these thermal blankets protect thrust vector control of the RS-25 engines. Okay. We never flew mannequins in Apollo. We didn't have the same technology we have now. Model things, make them look that as human as the ones on board now. They took a temperature route to try. I'm having to listen to the loop. Hang on, guys. The line leak is further up. This is a quick disconnect. You see where that umbilical goes? I'll show you. They are calculating the numbers right now. See if the aft strut constraints are violated by having too much LOX in there at this point in time. They think they're okay, but they're concerned they don't want to have to offload LOX. Okay, there was a question a minute ago. Is it difficult watching from home rather than the control room? I can see it better. I've got two big screens, monitors. One I can see the displays from the tanks and the avionics, and the other I've got my files and pull up. So I've actually got better visibility. than I would have if I were sitting at the table with all the other guys. There's many different control rooms and groups supporting all around the country in different fashions. So what you're seeing now is the venting of the locks. That stuff boils. It's so hot. It's so cold in there where it touches the tanks, it causes it to boil. And you got to be able to vent it off continuously or get too much pressure built. If you saw that with the space shuttle too. There was a question. Let me go back and see what the question was. Engine 3. Well, we haven't got to that chill down yet. We're still got to get some more fuel, liquid hydrogen in the main tank. The plan was to do that early, but we're kind of running low on time here. The mannequins. Yeah, there are mannequins on board this. All right, Richard, maybe you can come in before lunch. Thanks for joining us. We got to take care of the grand young'un. Okay, so somebody asked what's the difference between this and Apollo. Apollo did not have solid rocket booster strapped on. It was an all-up liquid propulsion system. Most powerful single nozzle rocket engine in the world was the F1 rocket engine. I got a video on the F1 rocket engine if you check it out. Somebody asked earlier about how we ran this thing on the power of a Timex watch, basically, or computer wise. I've got a video also earlier on my channel if you go back with a guy who was involved in designing these computers, talking all about them. So check that out too. So I've got a lot of videos if you go back through, and some of them on the history of Apollo and some of that stuff. So you want to go back and check out some earlier videos on that stuff, guys. I also did a system overview. I explained this entire rocket in that system overview video. SLS Artemis 1 vehicle overview. I don't remember the exact name, something like that overview. So I talked about the 4-stage, the ICPS, which is intercryogenic propulsion stage, which is the second stage in this vehicle. And I talked quite a bit about the payloads. I did a special video on the payloads, about the mannequins too. They're covered in that video. I discussed them some length. Up here on this nozzle, these are nozzles for separation engines. They throw the thing back away from the booster, so there won't be chance of collision. There's also separation engines down here on the aft skirt that kicks these solid rocket boosters away from the 4th stage in this case. A lot of TV videos and movie videos show them like falling straight down. That don't work. You got to get them away. You don't want any chance that they might come back and get your booster. Now the quick disconnects, you see these are umbilical arms that reach in fuel or provide power and fuel to various phases and places in the vehicle. The service module has cryogenic fuel in it, and it's all preloaded. The solid rocket boosters are also preloaded. They're solid fuel. But we have to load the liquid fuels. The liquid fuels are loaded through these umbilicals, locks up here, and the liquid hydrogen will be in this one. So there's quick disconnects that enable these arms to quickly disconnect so the vehicle can launch. They're also providing some stability for it here on the pad. So just as the thing starts launching, these arms fall away. So you got to have quick disconnects for that. But the quick disconnect seals can be problematic. That's what we're having some issues with right now. With a quick disconnect seal right in here. They tried a temperature cycle on it, and apparently that wasn't good enough. So now they're trying to do a pressure cycle to see if they can get that seal reseat. If they don't, it's not clear we'll be able to proceed today. So let's hope that works out. Sound check. Can everybody hear me? If you can hear me, say hello, halo, or yes. 30 in the room. How many times can they fill and empty the fuel tank before there's a problem? Well, I don't know what the actual limit is, but I've heard them discussing that earlier today. And they said they still have several cycles available, so they're not running up against it. That's good news. I do know that it does put a lot of stress on the system. Thank you for sharing that, New Days. And thank you, Food Bar and Chewy Weather, for letting me know the sound's coming through. Because I am not playing back the sound coming through the video on my laptop where I'm watching and making sure y'all get the video. That's where I'm keeping up with the chat. But my ear is plugged into the comm loop on my work computer. And I got a microphone on that. So y'all can't hear that, but I can. Y'all, there's stuff on there that should not be public. So, because there's proprietary hardware on the rocket. If I have to speak directly on the comm loop, I will have to mute the video here before I can speak. Well, it depends on what it is. You won't be able to hear what I'm hearing. It depends on what I got to say. If I have to say just yes, no, or something like that, it won't matter. But if I have to give a detailed engineering explanation of something, that might be an issue. Okay, the LH2 umbilical actually comes from below. It's down here. I'm looking at a diagram of the umbilical right now. The locks would be getting filled up here. There's avionics in this area. That's mainly what this umbilical is serving. That makes sense. That's why there was a about the engine section having exceedance of hydrogen. Gaseous hydrogen. That's a spray on foam. This foam is a spray on foam.
Quarter till 8 a.m. here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at the venting of gaseous oxygen from the core stage tank midway up the rocket. That's a good sign right there. The liquid oxygen, currently at 56% filled, is going well. Over on the liquid hydrogen side, teams are working to fix a hydrogen leak on the flow there, and they have got the launch director to sign off on a troubleshooting plan, and here's what it is. They are going to do a stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side. They're going to close the vehicle fill and drain valve to keep and protect the hardware. And then they're going to bring up pressure on the ground transfer line with helium and attempt to reseat a QD where the leak is. That QD, it's a quick disconnect. It's on the supply side. If we go down to the engine shot, that's the location where it is. They put pressure on that line in an attempt to try to get that 8-inch QD connection to reseat. They believe that the seal inside the vehicle and ground side plate, which is exactly on the opposite side of the core state booster there, right there where you see that checkerboard target for tracking purposes. This is the plan that they have in place, again, to try to stop a leak, which they have seen some indication that it continues to leak when they raise the pressure on the liquid hydrogen. That's the latest. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm having monitored multiple conversations that are going on simultaneously on the loop. And then the announcer, he's behind. I try to not listen to him. Sometimes it's hard because he's loud.
Hydrogen team updating the NASA test director that they are go to proceed with the raising the pressure to reseat that hydrogen supply line QD.
One of the big constraints that they're really talking about is there's an aft strut that actually goes across the top. It connects those SRBs. It goes to the inner tank. And it requires cooling from the liquid hydrogen tank and the LOX tank. It's got to shrink a certain amount to be able to maintain all the loads. So I'm kind of listening at the same time I'm trying to talk. Excuse me. Anyway, they have to get it down to shrinkage of about 3 inches. They're down to 2. They think they're good enough right now. So they're continuing to load LOX, because they believe that LOX loading is okay at this point. The aft strut would be going right through here, right between the tanks. It'd be right between the LOX tank and the liquid hydrogen tank, right through the center, through the inner stage, connecting between these two solid rocket boosters. The same kind of thing with the space shuttle. The aft strut goes right through here. Let's see any of the other guys on the other YouTube channels, Mark, for us tell you that kind of stuff. They don't know that. I might have missed something. There is a condition they're concerned with that if it's not fixed, we'd have to roll back to the VAB, which would be a significant launch delay, probably put us into October. And it may be this quick disconnect. Got debris, flight issues cleared. But they're still working the fill issue. It's not, they still got stuff to work. Just trying to make it work. All right, guys, cross your fingers. Hope they get all this resolved and we can launch today. It's a pretty day. It'd be good if we could launch. If we don't launch today, from what I'm hearing, they may be rolling this back to the pad. That looks like wood, but it's not. Well, it may be cork. Yeah, actually, there's cork in some of the stuff. That's probably cork. I'd say that may have cork on it. That's just a thermal protection. This is your systems tunnel. A lot of your wiring goes through here. There's also a flight termination system going through here. Flight termination system could, it's what they'd use to destroy the rocket if it goes off range. Then should blow the tank up. So they're continuing to fill the LOX tank. The liquid hydrogen tank fill is still manual, slow go. Yeah, I'm tied into the comm system here, guys. They start talking, I gotta listen. That's odd. Flash high, low. Probably a sensor deal on that liquid hydrogen fill they're showing there. Sometimes sensors bounce a little bit. Again, that could be their display too. Or I'm lucky if I can sleep 4 hours a night. I have a full-time job working this launch system. I've got a worm farm. I got a microgreens operation, trying to get a mushroom house built, a garden, greenhouse, and 2 YouTube channels. I must be insane. I don't have much time to talk to my family. They are working hard to try to get hydrogen on the vehicle. Hopefully they'll get this thing going and loaded. Do that, chill down the SSMEs or solid, that's space shuttle main engine. Now we know them as RS-25s. Have some engine designation. Maybe we'll be go. Countdown is proceeding. They do have sufficient margin to be able to load that LOX tank, it seems. They're crunching the final numbers on it. There's the question, should they proceed full loading or slow it down or offload it? So far, things looking good. Just got to get that liquid hydrogen tank loaded up. And they're trying to work that. Hopefully we got a solution coming up. Cross your fingers. Of course, being an engineer, I'm not superstitious type, so I do hope it works out.
This is Artemis launch control at T-minus 4 hours and 45 minutes and counting. You see the Space Launch System rocket on the pad. We are currently in the midst of some troubleshooting to try and stop a hydrogen leak at the cavity between the plates where an 8-inch supply line goes into the tank. The supply line is how the 538,000 gallon hydrogen tank is filled on this rocket. One of the propellants, along with liquid oxygen, is currently in work. We're going to hold pressure for 5 minutes, see if they can get that seal to reseat, get that QD in the seal to reseat. As you can see on the left, the liquid oxygen has been continuing to fill, currently at 66%, while the liquid hydrogen is in stop fill while they pressurize this line with helium. Stand by for more.
Yes, the plan is to have that pressure on for 5 minutes. We're talking about that in the comm booth right now. That thing there shoots water over the pad when this thing is launching to keep the acoustic pressure down. So you don't have acoustic pressure or sound pressure waves being vibrated back up to the booster and causing problems with it. Also probably helps keep the whole thing from melting. So you got 2 for out. There's one right there. They call them rain birds. There's one and there's one. Throw out a lot of water right at launch. All rain birds. I've stood on top of one of these things with a space shuttle on it. Oh, watching my cursor, the video delay. I'm not sure it went to where I was trying to point. Second stage has an RL-10 engine. The RL-10 engines were developed starting in the late 50s. First one flew in 1962. It is an engine that can be restarted on orbit. Right. That we do have a second option that we're into right now for trying to get the quick disconnect seal to seal so they can fill the liquid hydrogen. They had a leak for those just joining, but they also have a third option, a plan C they're working up. So there's still some more rabbits in this hat. Okay, food bar, try to get back in time for lunch if you can. So the second stage engine, the RL10 lights. So this is something else there.
Just got an update from the hydrogen team to the NASA test director. They have completed the pressurizing of the line. Now they're going to slowly restart flow of hydrogen into the tank. Again, they're done with the pressurizing of the line to try to get the QD to reseat and stop the leak that they currently have in a cavity between the plate that holds the ground side umbilicals to the rocket, in between the plate on the ground side and the flight side. We are tracking the progress.
Okay, the question about the start of the RL10, when's it start? It starts twice. Shortly after this vehicle achieves initial orbit, when the core stage is gone, it has main engine cut off and it follows where you stage, and then you have the ICPS, the random cryogenic propulsion stage, is on its own. It has to fire a burn to raise the perigee of the orbit. An orbit has an apogee and a perigee. The perigee is a low point, the apogee is a high point. Well, the high point is high enough, but the perigee is not. You would probably glide back into Earth if you don't raise that perigee. That's the first burn of the RL10. It circularizes the orbit. Now it will burn again to perform a translunar injection. That will be the engine that will send the rest of the vehicle on the way to the moon. And then in the upper very piece of it is the Orion stage adapter. Inside of that is a ring with secondary payloads. There are 10 secondary payloads that after the ICPS separates from the Orion that can be launched as it's on the way to the moon. These are CubeSats. I did a video on that. I've also got a video where I talk the entire overview of this vehicle, and I talk about, and I show you when it's expected to stage, when the RL10s will light. There's really only in the Western world, there's only 2 cryogenic engines that were restartable. The RL10 is the only one that's currently in production. The other was the J2, which was a more powerful engine that was in the Saturn V rocket. Also, the Saturn 1 might, I think they had one in it too. So Saturn 1 also has some H2 engines. The RL10s were developed for the Centaur upper stage, cryogenic upper stage. It was developed sometime back to be an upper stage for other launch vehicles. I think the Air Force started, I think it was 57 or 58. First one was flown in 1962. So this rocket has got a pedigree, a flight pedigree of 60 years in service. It's a good, reliable engine. For, reasonably cost for a rocket engine that size. That's why it's still in production. I once was involved with they actually used 4 RL10s on the DCX rocket. If it was a precursor to Elon Musk rocket, it was reusable. It would fly and land, fly and land, fly and land. It was it was doing hops long before Elon's rockets did that back in the 90s. I'll have to show y'all the DCX Hall of Fame. My name is pretty much at the top of the list because I helped promote and sell that rocket. I basically lobbied the Department of Defense to get that rocket developed, and I got credit for doing that. Also, I got the remnants of that rocket in my backyard. We got the inner stage, inner tank, and the avionics bay of that rocket in my backyard. What other YouTuber carrying this can tell you something like that? And I got a rocket motor test stand on the back of my 1-ton truck, and my laptop is perched on top of a hybrid fuel grain rocket engine. I'm using it as my laptop stand. Timeline's quiet right now. Everybody's out doing their analysis to try to figure out what the heck's going on. That's why I'm to talk to. When they start talking, I have to be quiet. I got to listen. Yeah, you couldn't orbit if you were in the atmosphere because the drag would pull you back down, Gary Baxter. Atmospheric pressure drops off very fast. Even just 20 miles up, you're already above 99% of the atmosphere. At 20 miles up, that's about as high as a balloon will go. They'll go a little bit higher. I've launched rockets from that altitude. I've sent balloons to 115,000, maybe a little higher. I had my own little space program running back in the 90s and early 2000s. We even started on a manned vehicle. My High Altitude Research Corporation. We were an entrant in the X Prize. Our guys also worked on Burt Rutan's system. Our hybrid rocket motors were the one that my laptop is sitting on is the daddy of the motor that won the X Prize. I've got history in X Prize, space entrepreneurship, working rockets like this, space station, military systems. I've been in my current job for 19 years. So I bring a lot of experience to the table here, guys. And my Galactic Greg's channel, I don't have the fancy videos and all the stuff that some of the other guys do. I don't have time to do that kind of stuff. I got a day job and side ventures and a lot of other stuff going on. Plus, I'm a prepper and I'm trying to see what's going on in the world. I'll bring that to you on my Green Greg's channel. But at the same time, when I do come on, I may be raw, but I'm real. I tell you what matters. Now, a lot of the other YouTube channels, they will tell you every nut and bolt that's being placed and moved around on the rounds around the stack up of the SpaceX rockets, and every little feed line when they adjust it and take it down and put it back on. All that stuff is continuously changing or re-engineering it. I don't even, that's interesting. It's fun. And a lot of people like following that. But in the grand scheme of things, when you're developing a system and changing everything, I don't know that really matters a great deal. I mean, if you want to watch that kind of stuff, it's fun. That's definitely fun. It's curious. But, I've tried to aim at the higher stuff.
T-minus 4 hours and 30 minutes and counting. The hydrogen team has completed the pressurization of the line, and now they are about to begin manually flowing liquid hydrogen through that line again, slowly, to check to see if they were able to get the quick disconnect that's on the other side of the rocket, where all of the lines, the propellant lines come into the rocket to fill it with liquid oxygen and hydrogen. They're going to start that flow and see if the troubleshooting plan worked. This is the second plan that's been tried. The first one was they let it warm up for a half hour and then flowed propellant back through it to see if that would get it to go. Stand by.
The announcer was not exactly correct there. That line just fills liquid hydrogen, not the liquid oxygen.
Propellant is now flowing.
It's filled from a higher line.
Liquid hydrogen propellant is now flowing through
Okay.
the troubled line with
It's right
the
there.
leak.
My comm line's silent. Or it's silent. My work computer's lost internet connection. Wow. Got a Wi-Fi system here. And my main computer has internet. Sometimes I have to reset my Wi-Fi. Watch this. I think it's lying to me. If I did have a connection, and I unplugged it, I get to hold on. Something went wrong. Okay, I got a faulty internet Wi-Fi system on my main computer. It's telling me I had lost internet in a hat. I reset. I didn't need to. Good grief. Okay, I'm definitely there. It's not going to remove the plan C. Morning, Garrett. All right, they're debating the efficacy of going to Plan C if need be. Plan B is still in progress. Plan C would be applying a little pressure, tension to try to force the quick disconnect seal. They've tried temperature. They just did the pressure and they're trying to manually fill. Well, they're not, we don't know that Plan B didn't work because we're in progress. They're already trying to figure out what to do for the next step. As you can see, the LOX tank is 79% full, like 9% liquid hydrogen tank. We got to get some serious fill in that hydrogen tank if we're going to make this thing go today, but that leak has been a concern. The hydrogen tank is filled from, there's a connection down here. Just making it down there. Gladys O'Kravitz, how you doing? Good to see you here. Happy Saturday. Well, it'll be happy Saturday if we can launch this thing, or if nothing goes bad with it. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, there's other YouTube channels that are covering this, but you got young guys in there, young whippersnappers that even if they had worked rockets, they not had that much time to work them. I've got decades of experience in this field. Most of those guys have never worked rockets. I don't think any of them have really. I mean, they read stuff, they try to get familiar with the system, they talk about it like, you know, a reporter, but they don't have the in-depth background knowledge, the engineering expertise. And this is one in particular that I look at this stuff and I know what I'm looking at because I know this rocket. Worked it for a long time. prior to working this rocket, I worked on its predecessors, the Ares family of rockets. I worked with solid rocket boosters. I worked many different components and systems in this rocket. I worked on the ICPS. I worked on the core stage avionics. What I hadn't worked is the avionics for the RS-25s. But I'm familiar with the RS-25s, not as my area of specialty though. More so than your other YouTubers though. But they got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and they'll get God knows how many views. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're talking about Plan C, and they don't think Plan C's got a. They don't think Plan C has a really good probability if Plan B don't work. It's iffy. We're having a problem with the QD. This rocket stage has been fueled by these QDs before, but today it's not cooperating. Looking at some timeline options also. Maybe they could
It's
manually
9:30 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center, Launch Complex 39B, the Space Launch System, and the Orion spacecraft on the pad. Have an update about the troubleshooting plan. It did not work. The second troubleshooting plan to seal a hydrogen leak at an 8-inch line that feeds the propellant into the rocket. The troubleshooting effort, as reported by the hydrogen team, they said they started slowly bringing liquid into the tank, and gradually, as they started to raise that pressure, they saw the leak detector go up above 4%. So they've backed it off a little bit, and now are going to look for another plan to try and get this leak to seal.
That's the Plan C.
Engineers now headed over to the anomaly loop, so channel where the engineers, the launch engineers and Boeing engineers, chief engineer, will all be discussing a next plan, Plan C. They've been in some preliminary discussions about it, so they've already kind of talked it a bit, but now they're discussing it now, and we'll tune in and find out more. Again, just to recap, a little more than 2 hours ago, leak developed in the supply side, the 8-inch line, liquid hydrogen line, while attempting to slow fill, transfer from slow fill to fast fill to load hydrogen into this rocket. And we've been going through a number of troubleshooting steps. The first was letting the connection warm up for 30 minutes and then manually starting back a slow fill. The second troubleshooting was pressurizing the line with helium to try to get it to reseat. Neither troubleshooting effort was successful. And so now we're awaiting next steps. This is Artemis Launch Control.
No, they can't connect and reconnect it, but they are going to try to apply a little pressure to it. No, Arnold, I don't work on that. Not for this rocket. That would be a chemist's job. Kind of movement they're trying to introduce would have very little effect, so they're concerned that there's a slim chance it'll work. Okay, guys, we'll have to see if this plan C works. It's going to be a slim chance that this will work. All right. This is where your liquid hydrogen's been fed in, and it goes back up through here. The LOX has been fed in from umbilical on this side. Probably this one right here. Yeah, that one's feeding a LOX in. Your avionics has got the umbilical here. That goes to your ICPS, and that goes to the service module on the Ryan. That would be for crew. If we had any crew, that would swing around and provide crew access. There's no crew in this vehicle. MRS number. So I'm going to try to apply a little pressure to umbilical plate, but most of that pressure won't translate over to where the QD is actually at. It's only going to be about 2 pounds pressure on it, and it's an 8-inch wide feed. The actual feed tube is 8 inches diameter. So 2 pounds is not going to be likely to make a difference, but it might. It might. Wow, they get talking about Plan D now. Apparently, they did get a little bit of improvement with one of the other tries. Discussions of a Plan D. Thought the hat had no more rabbits, and looks like they're finding one. Yeah, Robert, come on down. You just got a big missile defense contract here. No, it's not the same. Set the quick disconnect. This is an area that worked last time. Talking about pressure, stand the foot. That track there is where the old service stand for the space shuttle used to be. That's where it out.
Quick update, engineers still discussing another troubleshooting plan. Again, engineers discussing another troubleshooting plan to try and fix a leak in the liquid hydrogen side line that leads into a cavity with the two connection plates on either side, on the vehicle side and the ground side. Stand by for more.
One of the guys is concerned that they apply pressure to the umbilical, it might damage the the QD to the point that they might not be able to drain the fuel tank. He's asking if they can look at that. But given only 2 PSI on the QD, probably not. But it's also not a very good likely fix. But they're apparently they had some improvement from what they had previously in terms of leakage. So they're talking about a plan D. This is a Ford skirt. That's a Ford skirt hatch. There are avionics up in here, each one of these. Now this. So I'm going to skip plan C and go into back to plan A and B. So I'm gonna try to warm it up again, it looks like. All right, so they're going back to the try to do the thermal cycle again. They believe they had some little bit of success with it. And there are just a lot of concerns and issues about going the pressure route, especially given they don't think it's going to be that effective. You can see the LOX tank up there is almost full and it's really off gassing now. In a minute, Arnold. Listen to Tom Luke.
Got it. Here's a YouTube playlist called The Comedy.
What the heck? So listen to Tom Luke, guys. Hang on.
Got an update on the engineering discussion regarding what to do next about the hydrogen leak at the 8-inch quick disconnect cavity where the 8-inch hydrogen line goes into the rocket. Engineers discussed it thoroughly, discussed a couple of options, and where they landed is with trying troubleshooting plan A, the first troubleshooting plan that they did. This was the one where they stop the flow of hydrogen and allow the connection to warm up for 30 minutes and then manually start back with a flow. Now, the good news for the liquid hydrogen team is they had already stopped flow, so the connection was warming up for the past 15 minutes. So they only have another 15 minutes to go from this point in putting in this most recent troubleshooting plan, which is a plan that they are knowledgeable about and are experienced with. It is the go-to plan when they are looking to try to reseat that bullnose connector into the seal at that at the connection point for the 8-inch hydrogen line. So it is in work. They got the go from the launch director to give this another shot. Again, they're going to warm up the connection and then hit it with some cryos and see if that shakes it enough to get it to reseat that bullnose connector into that seal. Over on the liquid oxygen side, we are into topping as of right now. Just heard an update from the cryo team. You can see on your screen, we're at 99%, almost full. Topping is a stage where it slowly now automatically fills to the 100% level. And then once we get to 100%, then it will go into what's called a replenish mode, which is replacing what is lost from boil off. The tank is boiling the entire time that it's filled and loses an amount of propellant. Replenish puts it back in. All right, we're standing by to see how this most recent or this newest troubleshooting plan goes. This is Artemis Launch Control. And with the core stage at 99%, you can see the venting of gaseous oxygen is in full flow 2/3 of the way up the rocket. You're looking at the nominal venting of gaseous oxygen out of the core stage.
Funny, Richard. Hey guys, have been listening to the comm lines. I've had multiple conversations going. They were trying to make sure that they had time to drain all this stuff without overstressing the abstract I was telling you guys about earlier. And it looks like they got plenty of margin there, but they keep reassessing things like that, just make sure I'm not getting in trouble with the operations that they're doing. Hang on, they're talking again. Okay, Arnold asked for a recap. I think the announcer gave most of the recap. Thank you, Ace. Has been kicking in a lot of good information. Ace has got a good background and stuff, especially talking about the O-rings. All these quick disconnect connectors and connectors like that got to have a ring in them to seal. Oh, shoot, if I'm again. Okay, they're just saying there's a lot of margin for detanking. A lot of people concerned about that earlier. Okay. Nothing surprises me there. Okay, guys. So recap from the top. They had a problem with the liquid hydrogen quick disconnect line sealing properly. It is an 8-inch diameter feed line. So it's still possible to fuel this thing and get off launch within launch window of the day. But hey, we got Diamond in the room. How you doing, Diamond? Hello. Raise back hand, guys. I'm listening to the comm line. Yeah, I'm on console, just in case y'all don't know, guys. I'm directly supporting the launch. Okay, once again, from the top. what's happening, guys, is they had a leak in the liquid hydrogen line at the quick disconnect, which is down near the boat tail between the engine section and the plumbing of the core stage underneath that. If you can see it, my cursor, it feeds in from this basically into here. That line did not seal properly. They were getting gaseous hydrogen forming when they tried to flow into the tank, and it was too much. So they tried to first thermally seal it by letting it heat up again and then hitting it with locks. And apparently that improved it a little bit, but didn't solve the problems. And they tried to do a pressure seal by changing the pressurizations on the lines. There was some discussion about actually putting some mechanical pressure on it, but decided it would only give a 2 psi differential and wouldn't make any difference. That was their plan C. So they're going back to plan A because they thought they got some improvement out of it. So they're still trying to get this seal to seat. It's basically kind of like an O-ring. They're trying to get it seated within the quick disconnect. You have to have quick disconnects because they got to be able to disconnect fast when this rocket launches. So that's one of the engineering issues, and these little rings can be real problematic. We've used this same connect disconnect previously. We filled it, a few days ago with that without any problem, but today it's been just isn't cooperating too well. If they roll this thing back, maybe they can figure out what's going on with it. Let's hope they don't have to do that. I'm still hopeful we'll get a launch off today, but we'll just have to see. It's not an O2 loading problem. This is a hydrogen fuel tank problem. Hate to leave prong. Yeah, well, yeah, you got to worry about the elasticity on these seals at these temperatures. That's definitely a problem. That's just like what happened with the O-rings on the space shuttle solid rocket boosters that caused the Challenger to crash, guys. So yeah, they're real sensitive to these things. Yeah, this will be loud taking off. This is the most powerful rocket ever fired to date if they launched this morning. If SpaceX ever gets their B7 booster where they can fire all 33 rocket motors on it, that'll be the most powerful one. They're still having some engine issues. Yeah, that's one of the reasons we got the external insulation on. The question is one about the external humidity, icing it up. They got that on the Saturn V's a lot because insulation was on the inside and the metal was on the outside, and they would ice up pretty bad. And you'd have sheets of ice coming off, which really wasn't a problem for a Saturn V rocket because there was nothing much on the outside to damage. But you couldn't do that when you had a space shuttle sitting next to it with those real finicky, fragile thermal ceramic heat tiles. So they had to come up with a different system. And this core stage is based on the external tank in design. So of course, we don't have a fragile orbiter sitting next to it with ceramic heat tiles. But they still want to protect the solid rocket boosters next to it, which are a lot more tougher and more resilient than the orbiter ceramic heat tiles. But still, this gives some protection having the external insulation. But that's why the external tank or the core stage rocket is orange. That's the insulation. It's a spray on insulation. Okay, Michael, that's good to hear. Yeah, it's a fuel side, not the O2 side. O2 tank is full. That's why you see all that gas coming out the top. It's full. She's full up. Okay, we lost the shuttle because of a bad O-ring. The Challenger, the Columbia on re-entry, it had a piece of foam hit one of the RCC reinforced carbon panels on the leading edge of the wing. And coming back, it could not survive the reentry temperatures. There was a plume of plasma got inside of it, and it burned out that area and destroyed the shuttle. That's what happened with the space shuttle, guys. The Challenger. I mean, the Columbia, the last one that we lost. So,
quick update on the situation out here, the troubleshooting that the launch team is currently in the midst of to try to get this leak to seal. They have completed the warm-up and are now standing by to manually resume hydrogen flow through the line where they have seen the hydrogen leak. At the same time, the launch team that's managing the upper stage is going to start doing their purge sequences for the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is at the top of the rocket. They purge out those volumes in there and purge out the lines with nitrogen over on the liquid oxygen side and helium on the liquid hydrogen side. Purge out those lines. This is they're going to do this so that they can catch up on the timeline, which has fallen behind due to the liquid hydrogen leak. So the team doing what it can to preserve this launch window. And then we're also monitoring this troubleshooting as well. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 34 minutes and counting. This is Artemis Launch Control. And one more update just came in. The core stage is now officially in replenish. The core stage is now officially in replenish for the liquid oxygen tank. And you can see that venting from this shot right here and from this shot, fully venting out of the core stage at the top. Liquid oxygen is good to go in replenish. Still working troubleshooting over on the hydrogen side, which is currently sitting around 9% full. Again, the team getting ready to manually start flow.
Hey, Richard Smith, someone once proposed decades ago that the moon would be a great place for retirement homes because at 1/6 gravity, it just wouldn't be as bad on your joints, joints and arthritis and all that kind of stuff. All right, you got to get that hydrogen tank filling. They got to get those engines cooled down. You can't cool down the engines until they get the hydrogen tank properly filled. Well, they might get started early. It could probably start it soon because they've got 7% fill, I believe, on the liquid hydrogen tank. Slowly flowing now. They are flowing LH2 slowly in now. Don't have a problem. They will ramp up the flow rate. Let's hope that this time is a go. Let's hope it works. That umbilical goes to the avionics in the inner tank right there. That's between the oxygen tank and the liquid hydrogen tank. And that strut they've been talking about fits between them here to here. It's a big I-beam essentially that goes through here that these solid rocket boosters attach to.
LH2 has resumed flow slowly into the tank. Engineers opening that valve manually to allow that liquid hydrogen to flow into the tank. Again, checking to see if the latest troubleshooting, which was also the first troubleshooting plan, but trying it a second time to see if that's going to result in reseating a bullnose connection on an 8-inch hydrogen line into a seal that currently has a hydrogen leak. The liquid hydrogen team keeping the test director informed of all updates, and we are passing them along to you in real time. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Okay, it sounds like they've got margin to redo this a few times. Let's see how that goes. The total launch window was 2 hours. the actual launch time is 4 hours away. So there's about an hour built in holes. The actual launch time is about 4 hours. No, I'm staying corrected. The launch time is shorter than that. Wait a minute, it's 9. Yeah, it's about 4 hours away. The actual launch time is 4 hours from now. And you got a 2-hour launch on it. So we really have about 6 hours for them to get this worked out if they can. What you're looking at there is the venting of the old ullage bolting off from the LOX tank. Apparently they did get some improvement in the earlier temperature cycling. So maybe if they had hit it a few more times, it'll seat that seal. That's what they're hoping for. And they got it all set here. They might as well try. Even if it's the slightest chance, they need to go ahead and try it. Takes a lot of time and money to get all this stuff set up. So, and you know, when you got a good launch window and the weather's good, you really want to try to make it if you can safely do so. If there's any chance you can get it fixed and going, that's what they're going to do. They're going to work it. As long as they got time and margin to do it, they will work it. And let's hope that works out. Michael, they did we did a green run on this rocket where we actually fired the core stage at Stennis Basin, which is close to Biloxi. We actually fired this, we fully fueled this thing up and fully fired it there. Then at the Cape, we've done wet dress rehearsals, but this is different equipment that's center facing to the rocket at the Cape. So it's a different umbilical, different quick disconnect. So they're trying to cycle this thing to see if they can get, they're trying to cycle temperature, maybe even pressure to try to get this seat and seal. They've got margin. They've tried a few times. They did notice a little improvement previously. So they're hoping if they keep doing this, that they'll get that seat to seal and they can get this tank filled and we can launch this bird today. That's what they're hoping for. So let's hope it works. You can see there is fuel flowing into the hydrogen tank right now, very slowly. It's up to 10% now. It's just liquid hydrogen is a lot colder than liquid oxygen, which we call LOX. Liquid hydrogen is minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a bit chilly. They're still detecting leaking. So they want to cycle again, I suppose. The leak has not been fixed yet. "40 miles away. I bet you did, Anna. I used to hear the Saturn V's testing when I was a kid from 70 miles away. This is going to be more powerful because it's got those solid rocket boosters attached.
An update on the troubleshooting. The second attempt at a warm up of the connection with the hydrogen line did not work. Again, the second attempt to warm up that connection for a half hour and then hit it with cryos in order to get the bolt nose connector to reseat in the seal did not work. LHY, the liquid hydrogen team, reporting to the NASA test director that as soon as they resumed flow, when they added any pressure at all, they saw the leak return. So that's the third troubleshooting attempt, two of them the same, the first and the third. Team now is discussing next steps. This is Artemis Launch Control.
I don't know what those O-rings are made out of. Whatever it is they're sealing with. I'm not, don't know. There's no crew on this, Granny. There's no crew on this mission. We're finding uncrewed for the first time. Yeah, there's two mannequins in the Orion capsule top. Well, Arnold, those guys back in the 60s and 70s did a whole lot more of this than the guys these days. They did it and did it a lot because they flew a lot of rockets, and we just hadn't been doing that. And that knowledge is, you know, not everything gets written down in books and drawings. You can't build a rocket from a drawing. You got to have knowledge of how to do things. You can't build a lot of stuff in blueprints because there's just a lot of corporate knowledge. Like how much oil do you put in a cutting tool, for example? And that's not on any blueprint in the world. So we lost those guys are. There's a few of them still left in the Apollo area. They're old. They're in their 80s and 90s. I still got some friends from that era, mostly in the 90s. There's a few guys. There's more people left over from the shuttle design areas, but they're all in their 70s and 80s. Now, actually, they're in their 80s. So I'm just hitting 60. I missed the shuttle design area. I was in high school when they were designing the space shuttle. Fortunately, I got to work for a lot of the guys who were Apollo designers in my early days. And I was good friends. In fact, we had a guy from the V2 team stayed at Marshall until the 2000s. But one of my really good friends was the deputy program manager for the Saturn V rocket. He designed the engine injectors on the V2 rocket. He was one of the old Germans. So a lot of it, interesting lessons from those old guys. We can make the fuel, Ace Lee. He's asking what the O-rings are. I don't know. It's not really my direct area. I was more familiar with O-rings on the SRBs, but I can't tell you what their chemistry is right now. We worked a lot of safety features. I know what the safety features are that we worked up. Yeah, that's right. That sounds about right. 89-year-old on the Space Shuttle engineering team. There ain't but a handful of guys that worked on Apollo with that. I mean, just a handful. And all the V2 rocket guys, they passed away now. I used to know several of them. That is vapor from the, it's not smoke, that is vapor from the liquid oxygen boiling off in the LOX tank. It's really cold, and the tank itself is, it's got heat seeping in from the outside, so it boils, makes it boil. And you got to vent it, or the pressure would build up in the tank and it would explode. So they have to replenish what's venting out. And that's what you see there. It's venting. They even on the space shuttle, they had that, and they had it in the old Apollo. All the LOX systems have that. That's been a characteristic of these rockets from the very beginning. Her dad was one. He passed when he was 9. Ace Lee, your dad was one of the Germans or one of the Apollo engineers? Arnold, the time we had Apollo 16, we'd already launched several of these things. Yeah, life is short, Ace Lee. It's too short. It's not just once you start to figure everything out, you're old. You go, wow, now I'm kind of figuring it out, but I'm too old to enjoy it. A little too short. Ah, he was one of the Apollo engineers. Very good. That's what I'm saying. The Apollo, there's just a handful left. If you look, you'll see where we had a panel a couple of years ago with some of the Apollo engineers on this channel. You go back and check it. There was a panel discussion. It didn't get many views. It wasn't like that room. It's really, what's wrong with people? Because these guys are national treasures and we're losing them. I may try to get a few interviews, one-on-one interviews with some of them here in the next few weeks, months. I think that would be a good thing to try to do. It's because they're a resource and we're not going to have them forever. This rocket is heavier than the Saturn V was. And it's really wearing on the plates, the shoes of the crawler tracks. Every time they roll this thing, they're having to replace a couple of those shoes. Putting a lot of stress on that crawler. And we're going to make a bigger, heavier version of this yet still. Randy, that's what I'm all for, space colonization. We still got a long ways to go. We're going to need those. We're going to need Elon's rocket or something like that to make the space colonization work. Hopefully, you can get that thing flying. All right, well, good luck with your Saturday market, chewy weather. I've got my farmer's market here being supported today by Leanne on my behalf, mine and hers. So I can do this, and I got a booth at the farmer's market while I'm sitting here on console and doing a live stream through YouTube. So I'm triplexing this morning, but only through the help of others. Playing Rocket Man on my ukulele. All right, Richard, that sounds great. Hmm. That's some noise in the comm loop. That's right, Arnold. Well, oil factory suppliers dialed in, had been doing it for some time. Yeah, Apollo 8, 18, 19, and 20. Those are sitting at the, one of them became the Skylab launch vehicle. One is sitting in the Kennedy Space Center in a building. The other sitting at the Houston in a building there. And the engineering development article is sitting in a building now here at in Huntsville, which was identical to the ones that flew. So there's 3 Saturn V's remaining. One of them was not intended for flight, although it's built identical to the ones that did fly. That's the one that's hanging here in Huntsville. The one in the big building there at KSC, and the one in the big building at, now we got a prettier building and more stuff than the one here at Marshall, by the way, but those 2 Saturn V vehicles were built to fly. What happened is Congress just got tired of the program, and even though they built the hardware, they decided to cut it just to save the operation money of actually doing the launch. Which was a shame, really. Machine, I don't know at this point. We're having real issues with the hydrogen leak at a quick disconnect, which is an 8-inch diameter fuel feed line for the cryogenic hydrogen, which is at, there's a bug flying in front of the camera. Looks like a drone. That's funny. Something. It's like a bug flying in front of the camera. Skeeter cam. Anyway, they so we're having issues with that feed line. They're trying to cycle it, hoping to get the seal to seat so it'll quit leaking. So far, they've not had success. They thought they got a little marginal success before, but I don't know. They were talking about trying it over and over again. They had talked about a plan for putting some mechanical pressure, and it's a little bit about 2 psi worth. They didn't think it'd give them that much advantage. Really wonder if they shouldn't have tried it though. So we'll see. You saw that Saturn V, yeah. We got one here at our Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville too. There you go, Granny. Well, a lot of space shuttles were launched. I only got to see one of them though. I used to work on the team that worked on the flight termination systems. They'd have meeting center all the time, but they would schedule meetings purposely so there wouldn't be a shuttle launch when they met because they was afraid would be distracted by the shuttle launch. So really, I finally got to go down and see one. So I worked flight termination systems. I worked the solid rocket boosters in terms of overall system safety, reliability, quality assurance for the entire booster, including the structures, the nozzles, the fuel, and the avionics. And I'm currently working avionics system safety for the whole rocket. So I'm involved in the avionics side now, specifically in regards to system safety. That's what I do. Comm loop is quiet now for change. That's right. First car off the line cost $1 billion, and after car after that is a lot less. Problem is when you're doing a space shuttle or a rocket, an expendable rocket, you're not getting that many off the line. It's just a few. Every one of them is almost a shop queen, which means there's some individuality in the way each one is built, which is not really the optimum thing for quality assurance. But we build and engineer as we go. These are, all these rockets are really still in engineering, development, research phase. I mean, they called it space shuttle operational once it made a couple of launches, but in real life, you can't be operational with something. It'd be like, you build a car and you drive around the block and declare it operational because you managed to drive around the block. Thing is, let's talk about failure modes here in a minute. And this is like what we're seeing here on the pad. There are failure modes that you anticipate. They're the known knowns. But there's also unknown unknowns. There's things things that you don't know, and there's the things that you don't know that you don't know. But the full spectrum is there's the things the things you know that you don't know, and the things that you don't know that you don't know. There's actually a couple more in there. But the things that you don't know exist, and they will always get you. That's even, and no matter how many of these we do, we're going to run into this. Plus, also, like I mentioned, a lot of the guys that were so active building so much of this stuff did it back in the 60s, or at least starting the 40s with the German rocket team. And they developed a lot of expertise. It was a German expertise that made the whole Apollo program go smoother because they were the guys that were guiding all the young Apollo engineers. And they had a lot of expertise because they built a lot of V2 rockets. And it was that expertise helped the Apollo programs. There would have been no Apollo program without them. Without the V2 rocket and that expertise and some of the earlier Army rockets like the Redstone developed at Redstone Arsenal, there would have been no Apollo program. Oh yeah, and by the way, there wouldn't have succeeded. Listen, load. Yeah, we're worried about draining the liquid hydrogen tank, given the leak.
is Artemis Launch Control. The engineering team is updating the NASA test director about the situation with the hydrogen leak. We should have an update shortly.
That's scary, sleep. If you control the moon, you can control the Earth. Sure, China will love that. I'm gonna do a video on that when I get a chance. I started building slides for that video months ago. Just fitting it in my time stream to get all this stuff done. Oh, we got spikes in the leak. It looks like we may be no go for today, guys. You heard it from me before you heard it from the launch announcer there. Just hang on, we'll find out in a little bit. But apparently I missed some of the discussion. There was a problem with the comm on the loop. Yeah, it's the middle of the night there in Australia. All right, all the discussions on draining the LH2 tank. It sounds like don't sound good. We've got to be able to do it. So that was a contingency discussion you need to have. Got to be careful as a quick disconnect is not sealing good. So talking about putting some of it, bleeding it through the engines. But you don't want too much fuel bleeding out. Be careful, get too much stuff like that in the atmosphere. You could have a fuel air explosive. You don't want that. We don't want to turn this into a FAY bomb, the fuel air explosive. That would be an ugly day. So they're discussing how to deal with this. STJQX. I did a video pointing out the impossibility of the Earth being flat just based on a lunar eclipse that was occurring. Go back and check my previous videos. Flat Earth don't work with that. There's a zillion ways to prove the Earth's not flat. No, it wasn't fake. Go watch my video. There's no way you could have an eclipse over Ecuador and me look at the moon and that happened and being a flat Earth. There's no way it was even remotely possible. If you believe that, get off my channel. Watch my video. I got a zillion ways to show you the Earth's a sphere. Okay. This, hey, jerking my chain is fine. That's all fair. I accept that. Gotta have a little fun. There you go. I don't think the Chinese.
This is Artemis Launch Control. The launch team has,
Scrub sounds like.
excuse me, the launch team has presented a recommendation of no-go for launch to the NASA test director and launch director. We are currently waiting a decision by launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Stand by for that.
All right. So I'm saying it sounds like we're heading for a no-go. So it looks like we're heading into a scrub activity, and they're discussing how we're going to have to support the scrub activity. So I don't know how long I got to be on comm yet. I have no idea, but she's not looking good right now. But just that leak, that cell just wouldn't see. But they never did try that the direct pressure method. They didn't think it was going to be very successful. They're running out of time, but we're yeah, safety first. Randy, what did the STQJ say that you deleted there? He was just teasing earlier. Oh, just teasing me the world was flat. He didn't mean it. Oh, did you say something I missed? What's going on, guys? What did he say? Oh, his name Collins and threatening? I didn't see that. Yeah, I need a little flex though, no kidding. I was teasing him about that earlier. In my other video, on my other visit. I get down there with a flex seal, you know, I said, why they delaying
Once again, the
installation?
launch team has recommended a no-go condition for launch today to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She is conferring with Mike Serafin from the mission management team, expecting a decision shortly.
Yeah, we got to keep a conversation. We are a family channel, guys. All my channels are family channels. We're even talking about a potential LOX leak from the core stage into the LVSA launch vehicle stage adapter going to the ICPS. That will take some looking at. Yeah, they got some things they got to look at here. It's 14 during Apollo 11. I was 9 then, but I watched them. I did tell watched every mission. Yeah, well, they got to get it right. They're still undergoing all the discussions. All right, guys. My channels are family channels. No cursing, no threatening people. Don't threaten anybody else. Don't threaten anybody. And don't cuss. This is a family channel. No cussing, no threatening. Yeah, we got a lot to relearn there, Arnold. Funny, Jason. Yeah. Joe B might be a cuss word, right? Oh, Lee. Hold up the launch availability calendar. Somebody asked. There's cycles on which we can do this launch. Lordy, Lordy. Yeah.
This is Artemis Launch Control. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson addressing her team just a few minutes ago. Says she has received their no-go recommendation, but wants to hold off. Some additional thoughts and conversations are being developed about the situation and where the rocket stands, and said she will revisit it momentarily. Currently, we're in acceptable condition to hold. The launch team has the liquid oxygen in a stop flow configuration, safe at this time, and just awaiting a final a decision from the launch director at this time. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Thank you, John and Spirit. Appreciate that. Just looking at some other launch options on the counter, looks like. I'm guessing after these issues, they're going to have to roll this thing back to the pad, coming back to the VAB, Vehicle Assembly Building. But the quick disconnect in question is really on the, well, it's on the mobile transporter at tower. Yeah, it would have to be rolled back to the VAB. The shuttle days, they on the Apollo days, they had the tower on the mobile launch platform. The shuttle, it did not. The tower was actually fixed on the ground. But see, it had a service ability to swing around so they could service things in the payload bay. They got rid of that. That's, yeah, I showed you earlier where the tracks for that servicing section was. That's gone now. So they've gone back more to the Apollo type configuration for launch support. Very good, John and Spirit. Thank you. Hey, Francois, how you doing? Francois Johnson, if I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, I'm not a social creature. I hear that. Yeah, crawler is getting the work out. Yeah, this vehicle's heavier. It's taking tracks with shoes. They're wearing out 2 shoes every time they roll it now. It's been a lot of wear and tear on that crawler. So much so the crawler operator said, "You better fly that thing. I'm not taking it back to VAB, but it looks like you may have to." Solar weather could get bad, guys. We may have a big flare coming. I did a little video on I did a what do you call it? A short video on this Black at Greg's channel about the solar flare yesterday or the day before, about the potential for one. I think it was the day before. I did a video yesterday, short, just showing you how bad the crops were in some cases around here. Green Greg's. All right, I've been on the comm for 7¼ hours now. Thank you, Arnold. The launch director makes a decision. Look, the countdown clock is still running. But engineering is recommending a no-go. Launch director has not made up his mind yet. This is where that servicing tower that serviced the shuttle, especially the payload bay, used to swing. That's gone now. Better safe than sorry, absolutely. Well, there's a lot of expense and a lot of risk on this thing. You blow up your first rocket, especially a politically charged environment we're in, it could be the death of the program. But rockets blow up, so you got to be very careful. You don't want to do anything overtly stupid, that's for sure, because then you're really going to get criticized. Hey, Katie, she explained it to me, and the other granny confirmed it. So Anna, the next launch attempt was scheduled for Monday, but given the nature of the kind of leaks they're finding, I would suppose they're going to have to roll this thing back to the vehicle assembly building. If that's the case, we may not even meet this launch cycle. It may be mid-September or later before we have a chance of launching this thing. Maybe even October. Yeah, Katie, Granny explained it, and the other Granny confirmed it. So I'm good with the action taken. I didn't say it either, but yeah, apparently a bit quick. The new people, the uninitiated, may not realize that we are a family channel. And they need to realize also that to get out of line, the grannies are going to beat them up. All right. Affirmative. No go for launch. At least that's what they're saying here on the engineering loop. No go for launch. Just that's the recommendation. All the recommendations, no go. I guess the launch director hadn't made that decision. Cotton down clock is still running, but I can't see how he could go any other way at this point.
This is Artemis Launch Control. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just called a scrub for the launch attempt today, the second launch attempt. Again, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson calling a scrub for the day here at the Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39B. The team now going into the cutoff procedure after being unable to resolve a hydrogen leak. The vehicle is safe.
Well, it ain't safe yet. So got fuel on it. Well, premature.
NASA Test Director Jeff
to
Spalding
say
now putting the team into a configuration to drain the propellants from the tank. Liquid oxygen reached a 100% state. And so the priority will be given to draining that tank. currently they are underway. Again, we have a scrub for the day, a cutoff of the launch attempt of Artemis 1. We're working on a post-scrub interview. So please stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control.
I fancy a while, until they get it all unloaded, as long as you get fuel like that, it's explosive. And they got a leak in the feed line. Now I wonder what my feed's buffering. Yeah, and the fill line is leaking, so the drain through the fill line is problematic. They might could do a little bit, but they're also they're looking at venting some of it through the engine, so the bleed procedures. The LOX tank is fully loaded, but even it seems like it may have a leak issue. So looks like they're going to try to do the drain at low pressure through the main fill and drain system, the 8-inch one, which has been leaking. At low pressure, it might be okay. They got apparently a smaller fill and drain they could use, 4-inch one. Yeah. If you had a whole bunch of fuel or leak out into the atmosphere, it could be explosive. So they got to manage that. All right. I still have a live video feed. I don't know why this YouTube is not bringing it through. Can y'all hear me? Jeez. Y'all hear me now? All right, just coming back up. What's going on with this stuff? That's not even the view I'm looking at. Okay, good. Thank you. Glad y'all can hear me. Man, YouTube just quit carrying my feed earlier. I had it live. I had everything dialed up properly, and it just stopped. So I had to restart. I lost my thumbnail doing that. I'll have to file a thumbnail after we get done. But that video was so wankered, I just decided I made it unavailable for people to look at. Yep, it stopped. That's because we're scrubbed. We made the decision. It's official. We've scrubbed for today. Some of us are providing lunch support. There might be a meeting after this. It's like the last on the panel talking about what happened today. What time that'll be, I may or may not cover that. Yes, she died. Amy Eskridge died. I did a video on that too. Exavir Amont, check out. I did do a video where I announced that, and I showed a live video of her. Well, not live. I showed another video. I put the two videos I had earlier together and reposted them. I need to go back and check out my earlier videos, guys. I got a lot of material there. But Amy Eskridge did pass away. It's sad. She's so young, so smart, so young. It was just awful to see. Yeah, I hated that. I really hated that. Lovely, smart young lady. She had some health issues, and it just got to be too much for her. Yeah, we're still on console. We've not been dismissed, guys. Yeah, it's probably going back to the hangar. Arnie M. Texas. Green Greg's, the feed was messed up on your other channels as well as your, oh, okay. So that was a NASA issue there.
This is Artemis launch control. Again, the
Kind of
launch attempt, the second launch attempt of the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft has been scrubbed. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson making the decision a little less than 10 minutes ago. Her team is now working to detank the rocket. Liquid oxygen reached 100% filled. Core stage only made it to roughly 11% before a hydrogen leak was detected. That leak detected at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is focused and working diligently on the drain conditions. Since there was a leak in this line, the supply line, it is also the drain line. And so launch team taking care to make sure that they work that procedure, taking that into consideration, I should say. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Yeah, Pablo, that's a good idea. Relative. Yeah, that and some flex seal together, right? Thank you for sharing that, New Days. Some people are talking about supporting a Monday launch attempt, but I don't know if there will be one. I think this is going back to the VAB. Yeah, that's what they're saying now. They'll probably look at it and see if there's something they can do at the pad to just make it work, but it's not very hopeful. That would mean a Monday launch is not very likely at all. Well, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on console here, guys. Not release this, something could happen. They might need our support, I guess. They will get this fixed. If you get a problem like that, they're gonna be all over it. They'll be all over this problem, guys. Yeah, but you expect this stuff with early on one of the first flight of a brand new system. You expect to run into things you hadn't seen before because this hadn't been launched before. There's always issues to work out. Anytime you're doing something new, different. Mission management teams will have to make a decision at this point what to do in terms of rollbacks. It's a very short launch window opportunity Tuesday, but they couldn't make it Tuesday if they roll it back to VAB. It's gonna be a day rolling back, time to fix it, and a day to roll it the other way. Thank you, John. Yeah, there's that old saying. You're right, John Spirit. Third time's a charm, right? Let's hope so. Let's hope third time's a charm. Well, we're learning lessons. Each time we learn something new. Every time we try this, we learn something new. Okay, I got the release to drop off from the comp.
This is Artemis Launch Control. The launch director waved off today's attempt at launching at approximately 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time. The launch team ran into a liquid hydrogen leak while loading propellant into the core stage of the Space Launch System rocket. There were multiple troubleshooting efforts that were made to try to get the leak to stop and reseal the connection from the quick disconnect of the liquid hydrogen line. This is where the liquid hydrogen is fed into the rocket. Unfortunately, those attempts to troubleshoot it did not succeed. Engineers are still continuing to gather data, but also deconfiguring the rocket and detanking at this moment the liquid oxygen tank. It's currently down to 90% filled. Due to the aft strut constraint, we're going to drain that tank first, while the core stage liquid hydrogen tank is held at its current level of 11%. The aft strut constraint requires the team to have at least 50% filled liquid oxygen to over 5% liquid hydrogen. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Okay, on the tanks, it's a question of, the main fill line is the main drain line that's leaking. So they want to try to drain it at low pressure first. Hopefully that won't create a lot of leakage, but they can't, and there's also possible to bleed some out through the engines, but you don't want too much fuel leaking out at the pad because they could get explosive. This is liquid hydrogen at minus 423 degrees. It's going to boil off once it gets in the atmosphere, just like the oxygen that was being, you see, vented coming out of the LOX tank above. Last thing you want to do is mix fuel and oxygen at great volumes, especially, but even fuel going out in the air mixes with the oxygen in the air. As you might know, there's something called, the thing about grain elevators and they blow up. The thing that blows them up is that the dust is so fine, it creates a lot of surface area between each dust particle and the oxygen in the air. Well, you get that when fuel is vaporizing too. That's why gasoline vapors are more dangerous than liquid gasoline. It detonates a lot easier. So you don't have anything that could detonate. They had a problem like that that caused the detonation under SpaceX Booster 7 and during one of the single engine tests, or no, when they were actually not the engine testing, they were just doing they were just doing a spin up on the turbo pumps and venting some fuel through, and it got a detonation. We had 33 engines up there. I mean, they had plenty of places for arcing and sparking, but yeah, any little bit of heat, what's it take to make a fire? It takes fuel, air, and heat. Well, you're in Florida, you already got some heat there. And it's getting close to noon too. So you got to be really careful to keep the concentrations of the gaseous fuel below any detonable, ignitable level. So that's what they'll be working out. They got to make sure they don't create an explosive situation where the fuel has been vented overboard. There's a device called fuel air explosive. That's one of the most devastating bombs in the world because it's like a poor man's nuke. With enough fuel put into the air, you can create a horrendous explosion. And you saw that in the grain elevator in Beirut. That looked like an atom bomb going off. You can have some mighty big explosions. The grain elevators sometimes have that. And that one was actually started in a fireworks facility, but it was a grain in that grain elevator right next door to the fireworks facility. Why do you want to put a fireworks facility next door to a grain elevator? That's stupid. Stop putting in that igniter and explosives side by side. But that's the way they had it. They weren't thinking about it, and it devastated a good chunk of Beirut last year, I believe. So that's what you got to watch here. You don't want to blow up this vehicle or cause any damage doing something like that. So it is dangerous. That they will take care of it. That's a given. They will take care of it, and they will make sure, hopefully, that they don't have that situation. But they got to really monitor it. They got to monitor it carefully just to make sure they don't get an issue with that. I don't see a whole lot of stuff being vaporized coming out of there, but that means it's not there. Our view is really backed off a fair bit from the pad at the moment. Hey, Wazel, how you doing? So we are scrubbed for today, if anybody's just joining, like Wazel. And so the object now, I can see some vapor coming up, yeah, down there around the engine section, looks like. Yeah, and there's some coming up inside. I can see it now. Fair bit, actually. I'd almost want some fans down there to blow that stuff. Yeah, you don't want to, yeah, that's, we don't see this whole rocket detonate, especially solid rocket boosters. There's a lot of fuel still there. The fuel tank was only partially loaded, it's still enough. It could cause problems. There's enough fuel there. You could have some serious problems, especially with all the LOX and the LOX tank above. Now, LOX, it needs a fuel to detonate it, but actually, they talk about the fire triangle. It's actually a square. There's one other leg to that triangle, one other corner, and that's pressure. You have pressure to put all these three elements together. We couldn't ignite rocket fuel that in the vacuum off the balloon to save our lives with a squib in it. The fuel and oxidizer were combined inside this thing with a squib in it. It wasn't going to fire because it needed pressure. We discovered that. And then we discovered a lot of our balloon flights way back in the mid-90s. And so that's why we put plugs in our engine nozzles. Once we started discovering that, we go, oh, that's why the Air Force plugs the engine nozzles on their missiles. We thought it was just to keep rats out, bugs, moisture. But no, you also need probably all that, but you need pressure too. So they're not out of the woods yet, but I imagine this will work out. These guys are being very cautious here. Yeah, if the whole thing was fueled up, it would be enough fuel to be equivalent to a small atom bomb. That's why I worry about SpaceX. All these people think it's just fine, hunky dory, and everything will be okay with Starship. And you know, Starship's got 33 engines underneath it. That's super heavy. And reliability is inversely proportional to parts count. You got a whole lot of parts there on a rocket that's brand new, that's got twice as much fuel as either Saturn V or the Russian N1 rocket, which was their equivalent. And Russia blew up both their N1 rockets when they tried to fly them, mainly because they had too many engines, which is less than the number of engines on SpaceX. Of course, the SpaceX fans are all saying, "Oh, well, don't worry about it. You know, Elon will work it out. He's too good." Well, that's what the Russians thought too. But and they are having a lot of engine problems with the Raptors, by the way. Hopefully, they'll work all that out. They really need to. We do need that system working. But the thing is, man, what am I hearing? There's somebody outside my house. Hang on, guys. I'm inside a minute.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 12. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
You guys had to go outside and see if I was missing something. Sounded almost like somebody was outside, but no such thing. There's not supposed to be anybody here today. I went to check things out. Rainy, squeamishy jam, but it's okay. Fabian, Gay Ray, how you doing? I said we was getting some new people in here. We got somebody named Al, who's not the regular Al, it's a different Al. Sending the values of democratic freedom and human rights to the moon. I hope so. We need to work on something down here too, don't we? Paula J, launch attempt been scrubbed. Yes, the launch has been scrubbed. Can people who play ideology lead technology succeed? Well, most of the engineers here are just engineers, or most of them aren't playing around with all that ideology stuff. They're just working on the technical job. So, a little different crowd. Anyway, guys, it has been scrubbed today. We're just kind of waiting to see if they get this thing detanked safely. There is fuel in the tanks, but they had a fuel leak at the interface where you fill the liquid fuel tank. So it was a question about how they're going to safely drain the fuel tank. They got a plan, they're working it. It's going to take them a little time. No, second tip isn't happening today. Let's hope the third time's a charm. You know, that's the old saying. But this is the very first time we've, you know, this is a brand new vehicle. Brand new vehicle, never been launched before, new, a little bit new configuration, new hardware, new equipment, new people. There's still lessons to learn. And we'll be learning the lessons for a while. You know, we learn stuff all the way through the follow program. Always something to learn. The more you fly, the more you do, the more you learn, the smarter you get, the better you get. It's just the way it works. So what I was trying to say earlier about the SpaceX system is that they've got twice as much fuel as a Saturn V, twice as much fuel as an N1. It's a big rocket, a really big rocket. Launches, it will be. When this rocket launches, it'll be the most powerful rocket on Earth. When Elon launches, he'll be more powerful than this one. The Chinese are working on Long March 9, which will be more powerful than Elon's rocket in terms of total thrust. Now, the initial Long March 9 is not reusable, but they are reportedly working on a reusable version of that. And the Chinese have now got a 1 megawatt reactor for space, which is 10 times more powerful than all the solar arrays on the International Space Station. Chinese are getting real serious about space. Dominate space, you can dominate Earth, especially if you can do it from the moon. Al says, in my opinion, these are spare parts produced in China. No. The battery, yeah, some of the batteries were near limited life on here, so they're really pushing those. They're really pushing that. Well, hopefully, if they get this thing back in the VAB, they can address that, at least on the batteries. In fact, they may want to refresh the batteries and the payloads, which means they may want to separate the Orion from the Orion stage adapter. Some of those payloads may need their batteries refreshed. I don't know how long those batteries are good for. We're still have 31 in the room. Do y'all want to hang on here for a while and see how this comes? An interview with Administrator Nelson. Okay, so they'll do an interview about this launch scrub. Y'all want to? How long do y'all want to stay on board? Y'all want to stay on board and watch that, or maybe I should restart the video and have a separate video for the interview? And I will do a video after this because this video is 4 hours long, and a lot of people that have tagged in this video probably will not want to watch the whole thing. They'd rather watch a shorter version of me summarizing what happened here. So if y'all want to hang on, well, we're picking up some. Testing eyes, listen. So we can hang on here for a little bit. The last time we did this, y'all said y'all wanted to hang on, see what was going to happen. And we did. So for those just coming in, and I've seen our numbers toggle, so I know we got a couple of new people at least. We had a mission scrub due to a hydrogen leak in the 8-inch fill line at the quick disconnect. Quick disconnect which is the device where the rocket connects to the mobile launcher where it gets fueled, did not seat properly. They got it up to about 10% full through several successive tries, but they never could get that quick disconnect the seat. They tried varying pressure and temperature, and none of that worked. And now they got to drain that 10% fuel, mostly back to that same leaky quick disconnect, which has got them a little bit worried. They will drain some through, there'll be some boil off, and it will drain some through the engine cool down bleed system. Bleed system for engine cool down. So they got to be real careful because we don't want to put too much fuel in the atmosphere. It could cause this thing to explode like a fuel air explosive. The LOX tank is fully fueled. It did have a leak at the fuel system, but there's some suggestions that the launch vehicle adapter, stage adapter between it and ICPS had some LOX in it. We don't know yet what the nature of that is, but it could have been just vapors. Maybe the bleed system wasn't working properly, but they had more vapors there than they should have seen. And that's not good either. So they got some things they need to look at here with this vehicle. And I think it is best to get it back to the VAB. I can't wait to watch it launch. That will be very exciting. So let's hope again the third time's a charm. But what I was going back to the Starship, I want to see Starship fly. I want to see it succeed. We need a low-cost, high-volume launcher in order to truly develop and colonize space. We need a high-volume, low-cost, reusable, rapidly turnaround launcher, which is what Elon's trying to accomplish. But there's a lot of technical hurdles to be cleared, and a lot of people make light of that. You can't really make light of it because they're serious. I did a video back couple of years ago asking if SpaceX would nuke Boca Chica. And the reason for that is, like I said, it's twice as much fuel as the Russian N1, twice as much fuel as the Saturn V. And the Russian N1, when it blew up above the launch pad, scattered debris for 6 miles. How far is Boca Chica from the launch pad there in Texas? 2 miles. At the time, it had people living in homes there. There were houses. They bought most of those guys out, got them to move for the most part. But there were people living there. And I said on the video, hey, if you own a house there, move, sell it, get out. You do not want to be 2 miles from the launch of this thing. There's no way you want to be there when this thing is launching. You do not want to be in your house when a vehicle like that's going up, because it, it's dangerous. And if you look at it, actually one of the Starship upper stages that managed to scatter debris about that far. It was lighter stuff. It wasn't serious stuff that got scattered at the distance, but still, that was pretty amazing to know that it scattered debris a pretty good distance. And of all the landing attempts they had, they destroyed a lot of those vehicles. They finally got the last one to land, and they just quit. I'd be more comfortable if I did a few more good landings before I called it success after blowing several up. So I'd like to see them do a few more of those. And they might. I hope they will. But the whole idea they're going to fly this thing and catch it on chopsticks, there's a whole lot of technology that hasn't been developed before. And in the world of engineering, we would say the technology readiness level, because there's so many new things being tried at once, is very low on several of them. Never been done beforehand for the Starship. And the old rule of thumb used to be you wouldn't develop a program that had a low TRL on any more than one item. In fact, that TRL you'd want to be past at least the lab phase. But they're going for scratch. But Elon's burning his own money, and that's a quicker way to learn stuff. And so he's free to do that. And that may be the pathway to actually making it happen. The more cautious path that's typically followed by development programs might not work for what he's done. And since he's burning his own money, you don't have to answer to anybody else. He can get away with that. That may be a great thing for us. But still, the question is, would he nuke Boca Chica? I don't know. I say nuke. I use that word loosely. I mean, cause damage. It's kind of a metaphor when I say that. Of course, it's not a nuclear device, but we're talking about explosive power of even on this rocket here, of a small atom bomb on Saturn V, Russian N1, a Starship, fully loaded Starship sitting on top of a fully loaded Super Heavy, which is considered Starship launch configuration. has got twice as much fuel. It's going to be very explosive if all that went off at once. Let's hope it don't. But, you know, my old rule is I've come up with back when I was developing my own rockets was Allison's laws of rockets. And rule 1 is rockets go boom. Rule 2 is rockets have always gone boom. Rule 3 is rockets always will go boom. And I stick by rule 3 because it's the truth. Rockets, there will always be rockets blowing up. But our job is to make them go boom far less often. So let's hope we see. Well, hey, cars crash, you know, guys. Hey, we got Desert Road in the house. How you doing? Desert Rose, good to see you. Yeah, we're scrubbed the lunch for today, unfortunately. So we're just sitting here talking about, we got 39 rooms, so we got some new people coming in. So once again, lunch has been scrubbed. There's an interview coming up with NASA Administrator Nelson. And I'm going to talk about him in my political video because I actually played a key role in making sure that we had both the government and the private programs survive in what was almost a scorched earth battle between the two, which neither one might have survived. I played a very key role in the compromise. I proposed the compromise to Senator Nelson and he took it. That's the role I played. I proposed a compromise and he took it and ran with it. And that's how we got where we're at today. Where's your donation? Yeah, this channel is not monetized. Sorry, come on and help me out with Green Greg's channel. I could use some help over there, but this channel is not monetized yet. We need all the watch time we can get to get this channel monetized. So if y'all want to watch some of my older videos in this channel, let them play like some I got a few hour-long videos. Go back and look at all the older videos on this channel. I got a lot of good material and it covers a wide range of topics from F1 rocket engines, air turbo rocket engines, to sailing on light, to life in space, maybe life from space, planets, anti-gravity. I cover a wide range of topics and we cover them from an engineering perspective. Even the anti-gravity topics is a room full of Marshall Space Flight Center propulsion engineers treating the topic as serious and having interesting discussions on it from an engineering standpoint. So where else are you going to find this kind of material? There's other channels, you know, the guys talking and leading other channels are just basically reporters. You know, they're enthusiasts and they're good and they make nice videos because they got a lot of time to put in special effects and all kind of bells and whistles in their videos and time to edit them. I don't have time for that. So my videos my videos are raw, but real. On this channel, we're raw, but real. So Rose says, oh, okay, just do that, Greg, and our videos are important. Much info. Yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, I need y'all to rack up some watch time. I'm a good distance away from getting enough. Hey, you're only supposed to have 1,000 subscribers to be monetized, but you got to have 4,000 hours of launch time, of watch time within a given year. And I'm not even halfway there for this past 12 months, guys. So I've got 3,537 subscribers on this channel. Glad that Greg's got monetized before I reached that level, not Green Greg's, because I had a lot of watchers early on with some of my videos. But this channel, it needs some help. So if y'all would come in here and watch some of my stuff, it would really help me toward that goal. I'm not to the halfway mark of the 4,000 yet. I'm 1,807 hours. 1,800, and I've been putting out a lot of videos lately to try to get that number up because I really want to get this channel monetized. Because you know, this is a different channel, a different format, different topics that we discuss here. I try to stay away from the politics on this channel with the hopes that it might actually survive. Green Greg's will probably get taken down eventually because I might need to separate my topics on that channel because I do have gardening and worm farming and some topics that are apolitical. But you know, when I started going into prepping, you know, the topics ranged in the territories that YouTube does not like. The crazy thing is, when that channel first got started, when I first got elected, I mean, Green Greg's monetized. Right from the beginning, I was actually making more then and getting more views then on Green Greg's than I get today. Today, I have 3 times the subscribers, more than 3 times more subscribers and the revenue is down considerably. I mean, the revenue on Green Greg's is only a third. My channel's 3 times bigger, but the revenue is only a third what it was when I first started out, and the views are way down. So the platform does not seem to appreciate the content I'm putting out over there. Oxygen, John Michael, okay. Tilla Loves, I don't know how to pronounce that. Yes, what? Yeah, so try to help me out here. Yeah, I thought about just shutting Green Greg's down because I'm putting so much work into it, and I got a lot of things to do in my life. I'm a real busy guy, and it's really hard to put the kind of time in a channel that's underperforming like Green Greg's is. It's really busting me hard. It's hard. It is really hard for me to I'm second guessing myself on Green Greg's channel completely. And the other thing is there's 2 kind of videos. This is what you call evergreen, the videos that people will come back to and watch over and over because the content is timeless. And there's the videos that's not evergreen. Most of my videos on Green Greg's, what's going on in the world right now, none of that's evergreen. The evergreen videos are the gardening videos. Some of the survival videos like nuclear survival will be evergreen. I really need to take out the hide. I actually went a few months ago. I went and hit a bunch of videos just trying to get some of that day-to-day stuff out, and I quit doing farmers market videos. I quit doing I still go to farmers market. I quit doing videos on the flea markets, even though I went to flea market a couple times since and didn't make a video because the viewerships are so low on those videos that when YouTube sends them out, nobody looks at them. That destroys my algorithms. It makes me look bad. And they don't want to share stuff. Yeah, mission scrub today. Well, thank you, Desert Rose. Yeah, you're a blessing. I got to figure out how to make that channel work. It's not working for me. Yes, King James has been scrubbed again. So that's one reason I'm trying to get this channel to work. So I need some help with that. But the Green Greg's channel is it's not getting the views it needs. I see channels that cover the same topics where the channels are a third as big as mine, and they will get 10 times more views. And the guy don't really know anything about the topic he's talking about. Yet he gets scads and scads of views. And I see this across not 1, 2. I've went across almost everybody that talks about the same things gets more than me. Almost everyone. I must be awful. I must be terrible or something. Now I got a chip on my shoulder. What is it? I don't know, guys. But it don't make sense. Maybe it's because I actually come up with actionable things. I say not only, the typical prepper channel says the world, it's about to hit the fan. It's all going to come down. So buy your beans and rice. Well, I tell people buy the beans and rice, but I also created a group and got help from Wise out telling people, hey, let's form groups. Now, there's a couple other channels do that, but I also started up Freedom Restoration Foundation so we could take action and try to stop all the craziness from happening. I think maybe that's the problem. They probably don't like that. So they're probably squashing me over there. I think they're squashing me a little bit over here because I'm still the same guy, but I'm not talking that stuff as much on this side of the house because I'm trying to stay apolitical here at least. I've thought about breaking Green Greg's channel into 2 channels, a swivel head news and a talk about the prepping topics or what's going on a day-to-day basis, and leaving Green Greg's for the green videos, the ones that last, that are ever good. So I might do that, but I also may put up a membership on Green Greg's. I need to get the videos that are not green videos where they don't hide all the green videos. So I might make them more on private, or I may make a membership available. That might be a good membership for memberships concerned. But I took some of them out and made them private back a few months ago just because I had too much of the stuff and I thought it was really killing my evergreen videos, but I've not had time to keep doing that. So that's what I think I'll do. I'm probably going to try to set up a membership if I can find the time to do that too. That's another little challenge. It takes time to go in and set up the emojis and do this and that and the other. I applied for it, but I suppose to get it done in about 3 weeks. I don't know if I'm actually pull it off time wise. Yeah, we had leaks. We got 44 now. We're actually picking up viewers. No, that's actually a live video, but if you look just to the left of the vehicle, you can see occasional wisp of the liquid oxygen blowing off as it's still venting LOX out of the LOX tank at the top of the core stage. there's going to be a video with Administrator Nelson. I might do that. I might stop this video and restart for that. But what's happened here, Mike, and everybody else is just coming in here. Yeah, we got several new viewers just chimed in here. So we made our second launch attempt this morning. There was a fuel leak at the quick disconnect from the mobile launch tower there and mobile launch platform to the core stage. They tried to get it to reseat. Okay, guys, we're about to have Senator Nelson here. Tell you what, I don't know.
Welcome back. I'm with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
I guess I'll just leave it live because they made a real quick
second launch
transition.
attempt of the Artemis 1 mission, the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft. Good to have you back, Administrator. Unfortunately, not the result we were looking for today either. Want to get your thoughts and your reaction.
We'll go when it's ready. We don't go until then, and especially now, test flight, because we're going to stress this and test it and test that heat shield and make sure it's right before we put 4 humans up on the top of it. So this is part of the space business. I've told you before, you know, it's something I'm accustomed to on my flight, which was Hoot Gibson and Charlie Bolden's flight way back. We scrubbed 4 times. We were delayed over the better part of a month, but the 5th try was an almost flawless 6-day mission. So this is part of our space
when he was a
program.
congressman,
Be
he flew on space shuttles.
Space
He
is
became
hard
a
indeed.
senator.
The question now on everybody's mind is going to be, when will we have another launch attempt? Any thoughts on that?
Well, the mission management team is meeting this afternoon. They're going to look at it. They're going to see, is there still a possibility now, or are they going to have to roll back into the vehicle assembly building? If they decide that's the case, then it'll be an October launch. And October, I would say, although the window opens in early, I suspect it'll be more like the middle, because remember, the first week of October, we've got another crew. It's an international crew, 2 international participants on the crew of 4 that are going to the International Space Station.
That's right. SpaceX's Crew 5, NASA SpaceX's Crew 5 mission scheduled for early October. You mentioned the MMT, of course, the mission management team. They're going to meet this afternoon, and then hopefully we'll have a press conference after that. I've been watching this launch team for the past 2 weeks now, and just impressed at how focused and how hard they work. Any thoughts you want to share with them about the effort they put in so far?
I'm very proud of the launch team. They do it right. They do it by the book. They do it very professionally. And that's why we have had this extraordinary success that we've had over the years. Sometimes we make mistakes, but we try to minimize those because these are human being lives on the top of that rocket. And I can tell you, when you strap into that rocket, you are very grateful that you've got a launch team like this that knows what they're doing, and they're not going to let you go until it's time.
And you know firsthand the power of those RS-25s and those 2 solid rocket boosters from your flight. Really quickly, before we let you go, you were over there at our VIP area as well. Had some special guests. You were telling me an interesting story about a guest you had there.
There was a young man before he was 7 years old. He wanted very much to be an astronomer, and he signed a document with other children that is on Artemis. And the reason that's so important, that young man named Gaskin died from brain cancer. His family is a special guest of NASA here today. Today, he would have been 13 years old. And so we particularly recognize the family in front of all of our international and American guests today.
what an honor for that family to
Yes.
have them there. All right, that'll do it for us. Thank you, Administrator Bill Nelson. Appreciate you being here. Unfortunately, we didn't get a launch today, but the hope is we're going to keep staying with it and see what happens next. That's going to wrap up our launch coverage on NASA TV and our social media channels. For more updates, tune in to our social media accounts. You'll be sure to find the latest on the Artemis 1 mission there. For now, have a good day. We'll see you next time.
All right, guys, it looks like that's about a wrap. We can chat here for another minute or two. Hang on, guys. Let me adjust some stuff here. My screens are dark because I got off the comm, so I can probably go live on video for a few minutes. Do want to stop the recording here. Very good. Hang on, guys, we'll go live here for just a second. Oh, I gotta stop that video. It's driving me nuts. Hang on, guys, give me a second. We'll find that thing into it. There we go. Woo. Hello, how's everybody doing today? Yeah, this isn't my normal roomed out self. I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning. I've been snacking and everything else here just to try to stay awake. So my office is not as organized. I had these monitors live just a few minutes ago. You can't be seeing what's on them because that's often proprietary information. Where's my, there you go. I gotta have my remote. This is my remote control for my stage lights. I should expect more rocket scientist, huh? Anyway, yeah, it's a little junky here. I got my coffee carafe here, so I had to move some almost stage stuff around. I'm typing on the keyboard, so I can't have stuff here. That's my nuts. Alrighty, guys. So, yeah, we've had an interesting day today. No, not a disaster. Might have had one if they'd tried to launch a leak like that or try to fill it up. Of course, they still got to get that fuel offloaded. I mean, there could still be something happen, but I think they're going to be very cautious about this. It's a very cautious crew, and they need to be, because this is new to a lot of people. A lot of these people ain't never worked anything like this before. William Hayes, sure, it's better to not launch than take a chance on losing the mission. There you go. Exactly. We're actually picking people up right now. Looking dapper, huh? Well, I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning, guys. So appreciate the compliment there. I'm wondering how well that fits. Sure, it's better not to launch. And yeah, exactly. So Emmy says, thank you for including us and me. Well, hey, I appreciate all you guys coming in here. Can I autocorrect? Oh, I don't know. So guys, one of the things that several people that's in here has observed and spoke to is the fact that they didn't even get a notification of this video. They're subscribed to me, they bang the update notification bell and don't get anything. So, you know, it's obvious that YT has got its favorites. And you know, apparently I'm not in that list. So, but you know, I bring you knowledge because I'm an actual engineer. I've worked this stuff for decades, stuff you're not going to get on these other channels. So help me out, guys. I'm trying to get this channel monetized. I need views. So go back and look at my Galactic Greg's channel. Look at these videos, watch them, especially like they're several of an hour long. And I cover a broad range of topics. So if you've been interested in this, sure you can find something there of interest to you. Try to watch my videos, give them likes, and share my videos. One of the things that really helps if you comment in the comment section, you give it a thumbs up, you share stuff. All these things help build up support within the algorithms. And the algorithms, even though they try to stomp you down sometimes, they still can help you out. So especially when you do things like that. So I appreciate all the support I can get in that area. I'll need to do a live session on green grades and kind of talk about the future where that channel needs to go or don't need to go or what needs to happen with that. autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect is awful. Go to settings and toggle autocorrect features. Okay, says Arnold. I've been falling asleep listening to them to get you hours. Well, thank you, Granny. I appreciate that. Hey, that's a good thing to go to sleep too, right? Favorite list. I appreciate that, Brother Norb. Yeah, hey, my followers like to listen to me, but the algorithms are really stomping on me, it seems like. So check them out, guys. Check out my videos on that I post on here. I've got a good number of videos on this channel. Let me go here and let's see what I find out how many I got on this channel now. Go to channel. Analytics. All right, this channel's got 125 videos. I put up 10 of them just in the last month. So I've been really working it to try to get the views up on this channel to make it into the, get this channel monetized. I've not had any of these videos go viral like I did one of them on ring rigs, my first one on power grid. So we'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, we need to start driving the views up, guys. Anything you can do to help in that regard is good. And the Green Graders, I got well over 1,000 videos posted on Green Graders channel, but Green Graders just is not anywhere near where it needs to be. I have PayPal. Yeah, I do have PayPal, not Patreon. Yeah, you're still valued through Greg. Rather help you. Just a few people because it's better than not none. Well, thank you there. I appreciate it. Desert, I really appreciate it. Desert Rose is a real sweet lady. I met her at LeakCon and a real sweet lady. I appreciate the heck out of her. You need to buy me coffee. Well, maybe. I often think maybe that's why YouTube they hate. If they don't like me, they hate Lee. They demonetize. They try to give him copyright strike for videoing his own self. He ain't singing. There's no music playing. Yeah, they just gave him a copyright strike for videoing himself. They also gave him copyright strikes for government feed videos. No. Government stuff is not copyrightable. Nothing from any government on earth is copyrightable. It's all open use, but they're hitting them on just crazy stuff, and they don't like it. I think part of it is because he does do things like buy me a coffee. I'm not sure. I actually tried to set that up. I had an issue with it. I don't remember what it was, but I actually applied for it, and I just didn't have time to figure out what the jam was while I wasn't working. My time is very limited, guys. You can actually go to my greengregs.com. There's a donate button there, right under all the worm cells. You can donate straight to me there if you want to do that. Desert Rose says, I think you're a wonderful man too, Greg. Meeting you and Rex was a dream come true. Oh, you're so sweet. I tell you, the lady, Desert Rose is a really sweet lady. Really appreciate Royal Monkey. Oh no, Kanikoa. I can't even pronounce that right. Sorry about that. How often are rocket launches scrubbed? It's going to vary a lot. New rockets are going to get scrubbed more. The bigger the rockets are, the more complex they are, the more they're going to get scrubbed. And one of the biggest things is it's the fueling of them, because the temperatures of cryogenic fuels are so cold, the differences are so vast that it creates a lot of issues, a lot of problems, and they're having problems with things sealing and stuff like that. So Mr. Andromeda, what happened is they scrubbed it because they had a leak in the liquid hydrogen fuel feed line at the quick disconnect where it goes into the vehicle itself. And they cycled temperatures and pressure, trying to hope they get that quick disconnect, seal the seat, and it just didn't happen today. They couldn't get it done. Hey, Alex from Brazil, good to see somebody here from Brazil. That's great. So it's not going today. So we're just kind of doing an after attempt talk here. I will probably do a separate video later. I'll probably show Administrator Nelson as a separate video. So we'll have several things to cover today on this channel. And I will also come back, and hopefully not too distant future, I'm going to talk about the politics of how this vehicle came to be. I was chairman of the policy committee of the National Space Society for 10 years. This is the magazine of the National Space Society. In this magazine, I wrote an article explaining what I just told you about. And if y'all haven't noticed green Gregs and galactic Gregs, I have a tendency to like to alliterate. Allison always alliterates. You see that tendency, it goes way back. This was written in 2010. And of course, it goes way back before then. So, yeah, and I do work camels into this article. Constellation was the name of the predecessor program. So I will talk about that in the real near future. And oh yeah, I played a key role in getting the Delta Clipper program approved. You know what? Let me see if I can pull that up. I'll show y'all something on that, guys. So I have been involved for decades in space engineering, space entrepreneurship, working for the big contractors and big companies and NASA and defense stuff, and heck, entrepreneurship. So I got the Space Pioneer Award. About that article, I actually got pulled up already. I have been entered into the congressional record by NOA. I have been quoted by senators grilling other people. I have been, and that whole article is about how I got Senator Nelson to accept my compromise idea. So yeah, I've got some interesting space political things to cover too. I got way more horsepower behind me than any other YouTuber on space topics in these areas, but I don't have the glitz. I don't have the time to edit stuff. I'm too busy for that stuff. So their channels are going to be way more popular. Besides, the platform loves them because they don't have another channel talking about stuff they don't like. Randy, a members page would be good as long as you don't have too many moods on my favorite channel. Now, what do you mean there? Too many moods. One of my favorite channels have a members only night, which yeah, I get that. No, I don't think I'm gonna do members only nights. I don't have too much time. Well, they actually try to suggest you do stuff like that, but time is really tight with me. Time is really tight. All right, let's see. I was going to share something. Let me find it. I have it dialed up here. Yeah, hang on, guys. I'm going to show this. I had to go back to the Wayback Machine because the actual guy who kept this site maintained passed away. So it's still on the Wayback Machine. So share screen. For those, yeah, I posted a video on one of the chat rooms in Facebook, one of the other space chat rooms on SpaceX or something like that. Somebody had the audacity to come in and say, hey, why are you accepting videos from this nobody? This guy's nobody. You need to do videos from, he named some of those other channels out. And I go, really? You what an idiot you are. You don't know anything. This is the Delta Clipper experimental DCXA rocket. This was put together by the program manager, Bill Gallbatz. I used to get a Christmas card from him every year until he passed away. The original DCX team members inducted, into the International Space Hall of Fame. And on the first page, there, look here. Friends of DCX advocates and significant program supporters. Who's there? There I am. And where's the wreckage of this rocket? In my backyard. Not because I'm here. That was a totally separate reason that it got in my backyard, by the way. Oh yeah, Lori Garver's in here too. I'll talk about her in the video. Guys, I actually led a phone tree effort to lobby the Department of Defense to approve this program and get it funded. It worked. Bill Gallbatz loved me to death thereafter. Dan Golden, the previous NASA administrator, is on that page. Congressman Newt Gingrich, he promoted this concept from way back. Tim Cotter said, I know a lot. Charles Miller, I know a bunch of these people. Jim Muncie. Oh my God. Some of those names make me cringe. A couple of them do. Rick Tomlinson. So this has also the engineers, the people that developed this rocket. That's what you got here. That's most of the engineering team. But he gave thanks first to the people that helped get this program approved. It made it happen. General Pete Simons. Here we go. That's it right there. That's the team. But my name is pretty near the top. That just goes to show you that I have been a long time shaker and quaker in this movement. This is the rocket that flew. Let's see. I think I got it here. Maybe. Yeah. Look here, guys. This picture up. No, I haven't wrong. That's the rocket right there flying. Somewhere there's some video showing it. Now, this is just several frames of its first flight where it flew and landed. This thing will fly and hover like a helicopter. I'll do some more on it in the future. I'll do a special video on this thing in the future. Stop share. Halo. That is part of the political stuff we'll be covering. Okay, we got 33, 34 in the room. PayPal is quick and painless if you don't make any mistakes or type in information. Credit card is the best way to go. Well, not everybody has one. Okay. If you go to greengregs.com, find a PayPal button to donate to me, which is probably better than it's already set up. Let me type that in. So I'm not monetized here for people that are interested. Share screen again. This is the website where I sell worms and other things. There I am, standing inside under my forest of okra plants. I think I'm in the woods, right? Here I am with my microgreens. That's what Leanna's selling right now. Some of my early worm beds. Customer testimonials, people that bought my worms being very happy. And there's Diamond. There's Top Knot. Top Knot's in 2 of these videos, by the way. Here I am in front of my aquaponics greenhouse. Now, if you want to know, if you want to see videos on how to raise worms, there's a whole series here logically arranged. That's the one to go to. Vermiculture worm videos. There's also gardening videos and wild edible videos, wild edibles and medicinals. Now, if you want to give me a donation, click buy worms here, or you can click it up here too. Buy worms. Now, if this launch attempt is behind me, I'm going to take this note out, but you come in here, and if you want to buy worms, you can buy worms from me, but there's the donate button. It's whatever you feel inclined you want to donate. That's the place to go right there. That button works. Straight through PayPal. That's greengregs.com. That's how you get there, guys. They must have on them, watch them shoot it. Oh no, I hope not. So you think the mission is to do surveillance of the aliens on the dark side of the moon? No. Chinese actually landed on there actually is not a dark side of the moon, there's a far side. Dark side of the moon's a Pink Floyd song. Stop share. Halo. Yeah, far side of the moon's a Pink Floyd song. So the moon. All right, here's the Earth. And here's the moon. Not quite the scale. The Earth's 8,000 miles in diameter. The moon is 2,000 miles. They're way apart, actually. You know, my arms aren't long enough to give you the distance if I was on the scale for how far they'd be apart. They're way apart. But what happens is the moon has got gravity lock, phase lock. One side of it always faces the Earth. Well, the sun's somewhere else out there. It takes the moon 28 days to go around the Earth, which means the moon is actually spinning once every 28 days. And as it does so, the sun being out there like these lights, so you can see these lights of the sun, as it goes around, eventually the entire moon gets sun. See, one side gets it, now the other side is getting it when it's over here. It's over here, this side gets it, you know, but yeah, it stays, it turns so that as it goes around the Earth. So the way it works out is that a day, the complete cycle is 28 days. So the day on the moon is 14 days on Earth. The night is also 14 days. In the day, it gets 200, maybe 50 degrees Fahrenheit above, freezing above zero. And at night, it gets about 250 degrees below zero. So the moon swings widely in temperatures. Swings it really better if you can be underground on the moon or have a bunch of lunar regolith, what would we call soil, but there's no soil on the moon because it's not organic. It's just crushed rock. They don't have dirt like we have on Earth on the moon, not yet. So that's what happens, and you've got that cycle. So there's no dark side of the moon, but there's a far side. No matter where the moon is going around Earth, we always see the same face. Anytime you look up the moon, you see the same face staring at you because it's phase locked to Earth. And some planets get phase locked to the sun. Maybe it's a 2-to-1 ratio, depending on the orbit, or 3-to-1. It's usually an even proportion. But I would expect over time, most planets that are real close to a larger body that they're orbiting get totally phase locked when one side faces. That's why when I'm talking about planets around red dwarf stars, I'll tell you they're probably eyeball planets and that one side's always facing the sun. Now, if on Earth you only had one side facing the sun all the time, just think how hot it would get. The other side would be super cold. And so you get horrendous winds rising up from the hot side. You have a vortex of sort, I guess, and it would go around and crash down on the top of the cold side. And then that wind would race around the equators and start cycle back. So you have a very windy planet. Be tough. The only place suitable for living would be that narrow band between the light and the dark, I suppose. But it depends on a lot of other factors. That's what I mean, the side that you don't see. Yeah, there you go. That's most people call it the dark side of the moon. That's just what people call it, but it's really the far side. All right, guys, we're still at 48 in the rain. That's amazing. Bed says most of them. Yeah, it might be a good place to go. I'm probably going to eat lunch in a little bit. And Leanne's going to be here. I'm going to have her unpack it a little bit. So it'll be about an hour before she gets back from the farmer's market. So I've got a lady at the farmer's market. Everybody thinks we're selling seedlings. Check out some of this stuff. Okay. Anyway, yeah, she'll be back in about an hour. Yes, the most unknown. They scrubbed the launch today. They did. I'm just having some after-action discussions with people here, answering some questions, explaining stuff. Drop your link. What do you mean, Granny? Drop your link. Nowadays, never knew you had a channel. Okay. So, guys, oh, you want her to drop a link to? Okay. Gotcha. Put it in the chat. Got one, Granny. Katie, sure. Gary Walma mockdowns over. All right, guys. So here's the deal. We're at a scrub. We had an issue with the fuel feed going into the liquid hydrogen tank on the 4th stage. It had a leak at the quick disconnect. They tried to cycle temperature and pressure a few times to hope they could get that to seal the seat, and it didn't happen. Chances are good that we'll roll this thing all the way back to the VAB to try to fix it. If they don't have to roll out the VAB, if somehow they can find the fix signal on the pad, then we might launch Monday, but that's not very likely, or Tuesday, but that's very unlikely. Most likely there'll be, I would say it's a 95% chance. If they can prove me wrong, I'd be happy that this thing will be rolled back to the VAB, and it's then going to be a bit longer before we get to launch, maybe mid-month or even in the month of October, depending on what they run into. There are launch windows. There are just certain times you can launch and certain times you can't launch, and we're coming up pretty much to the end of this launch window. All right, there you go, New Days. Yeah, you just shared her channel. All right, appreciate that. So that's where we're at, guys. We still have a lot of people coming in here, but I think it's about time to terminate this video. And I'll post some other stuff later. I'll do a video later today showing what just separately what Nelson said. I'll do a separate video just kind of summarizing what happened today, and just a short video, because a lot of people want to know, but they're not going to want to watch a 5-hour video to get it. Some will. That would really help my channel. The more people watch the longer videos, the better it's going to help me, because I definitely need the watch time. I'm trying to get there to get this channel monetized. I definitely need it. Well, most unknown, I actually did a video on that too. I did a video talking about why I think they're from right here. And I make a strong case for it. Now, I do throw out the possibility that there could be other answers, but okay, guys, y'all keep bringing up stuff I've covered in other videos, so I'm gonna just have to bring my channel up here and share it with you guys to see. A second, guys. I just want to have to share my channel here in a minute. Whoops. Hello. Thinks I'm still logged on with my other channel over there. Find a place to do this. Give me a second. One momentum, please. As Lily Tomlin used to say on Rowan Martin's left hand. Now, who's old enough to remember that? I'll have it up in a second. Now, set it on share. Okay, guys, hang on. Go back to the feed screen here and share screen. All right, this is, if you're on a computer, this is what my channel looks like. This is our live session. This is us right now. Oh, this is, you don't see that because that's what I get to do. You will see my most recent uploads. There have been several on Artemis lately. This one talks about the vehicle overall. It's an overview of the vehicle. And this one, yeah, this one, space launch system, Artemis rocket. And here I talk the first scrub, the reason it was scrubbed. I'm going to do a video like that. And so this video will become a video analogous to this. And then I talk the new launch date there. We'll might do that in the future. Here, the way to find the videos on the channel, the best way to just put videos, because you can see them all that way. You can sort on. I mean, you can scan playlists if you do it the other way, but this way you can scan the most popular, date added. You can look at the oldest ones first, the newest ones first. The default is newest videos first. But I got 100 here, so we can scroll through this a lot quicker than we could on Green Greg's. I'm talking about, here's several videos where I talk about my concept for how to stop, well, military concepts, really, mostly how we could actually stop all hypersonic weapons. I come up with the concept for that, guys. Marine races, Russia not needed because there's something. All right, nuke drive for space wars. Here's an this is the video, rest in peace, on Amy Erskine, who covered anti-gravity research. Somebody asked about her earlier. And this is the video, not from space. You see the little aliens on the front, ding, 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 UFO. Not from space, but I put a question mark in there, and here it's a question. So you might want to check that out. Talking about meteor showers, anti-gravity. India is a future space power. That was an interview all this morning. How to save the space station with Gary Barnhart, a guy who I used to work on station with. My universal habitat, the greenest concept in the world. It's far greener than Elon Musk cars. Here's a guy that started the Mars Society, who preceded me as the chairman of the executive committee of the National Space Society, Bob Zubrin. Interview with him. This is me. My universal habitat was fleshed out by a friend of mine, Mike Lordy, in a simulator, which you can log into on Mars. And I'll show that here. I've shown it in some other videos too. And here's my concept for how to colonize Venus. Well, I think we could do that even faster and easier than Mars. Oh yeah, here's a video explaining why our sun is so active right now. All right, there's some new planets found. They're kind of like, oh, look here, I got the moon and the earth in my hands right there. All right, Crew Dragon mission. excited by that. Apollo 8 mission, first to the moon. Predictions for space. This is a strange video. If you want to see something strange, figure out why when I was in the Mount Hollywood tunnel, when I said halo, light came out of my voice. Go figure that one out. Selling on Sunlight with Les Johnson. I'll do another video with him. Pete Conrad. Video about him. This is the Space and Rocket Center. There I am sitting in my wreckage of the DCX rocket talking about a Starship MK1 vehicle blowing up. What better place? Starship strengths and weaknesses. He's getting to Mars first. Yeah, there's a lot of different topics in there, guys. Just watch these videos. Apollo 11 50th anniversary. One of these is a panel. Here we are. Back to the moon, past to the future panel. I had some problems with this video starting out right. Didn't edit right, but we got a panel of Apollo veterans here. Guys, these people are rare and they're passing away. You want to see that. Mighty F1 rocket engine. This is one of my funny videos, vacation in space. I started out funny. Oh, here we are. Let's see, Mars and moon. There I'm in front of a bust of Wernher von Braun, which they've now hidden. There it is again. Here I am with Rex Bear talking about how to defeat space aliens. How you could actually defeat them and stop them. There's anti-gravity videos again. I hid these for a long time. This actually was my best performing video. But she was getting so much attention, she asked me to take them down. I did for a long time. So quite a variety. Some of them touch on military topics, but if they're space related. And I got a little bit more to that to bring, but I have how to stop all hypersonic and intercontinental ballistic missiles. How to stop all nuclear missiles. I've got the concept for it. Here's my only short I've done on this channel. Water World Found. I'm surprised that one didn't get more views. My other Earth Life videos did spectacular. So there we go, guys. Variety of things. Some of them are live videos, just me talking. Next to model the Artemis 1. Sometimes I'm talking out in a rocket park, like here. The rockets all around me. Sometimes I'm here doing the video. Sometimes I got PowerPoint presentations. I actually mixed videos and music all into this one. This was approaching a more fancy format. That's me. You can hear this one. You can actually see the rocket motor test stand that my hybrid rockets tested on. All right, guys, check these videos out. Ones you might really want to watch is Water World Found. Some of these how to stop. This is a one about how to turn a Starship into a troop rocket, but why I'm saying it's not going to give you the fast response times that some of them think. Not from space. That's a good one. There's a good one if you're interested in that kind of stuff. A lot of stuff you can play. This has been a pretty popular video here. I just did this one on a lark one night, posting thumbnails prior to the video. That was the whole purpose of this video, was just a little test. So I picked a topic in the middle of the night I thought was semi-interesting. And this video is actually one of the best performing videos on my channel. It's kind of funny. Talking about Russian nuclear space tug. Short bite, most popular. You see, it's actually my 6th most popular video, and I just did it on lark. There you go. Check it out, guys. I am going to stop the share. We're going to end this video. And maybe, wow, we got 42 people in for this channel. That's a lot of people. Or ask Greg what, you know, is in Dow says, what's that? And we all have a channel. Yeah, but where do you put views on? Yeah, everybody's got a channel. You got to have a channel to be on YouTube. Well, if you're going to go in and chat and stuff like that, or save the videos. Some people post videos, some don't. I need some high desert roses, says Granny. Yeah, Granny, Desert Rose is a real sweetheart. I'll tell you that, guys. She's a real sweetheart. Ask me what, Arnold? I'm about to end the video. Ask me what? I'm lost without my apple. Got to relearn piece. Uh-oh. Yeah, I hate apples. I got one over here, and it's hard for me to work with. Alrighty, guys, I know they've been spent a few hundred cycle through here. I only got 97 over the 5 hours I've been going. I only got 97 thumbs up. So, guys, if you haven't gave me a thumbs up, please give me a thumbs up. When I end the video, come in and say something in the chat room. Share the video and watch for the other videos I may post today. I got, I would say within about 40 minutes, Leanne will be back. I'm going to have to unpack. And I thought I might grab me a bite to eat because I've been up since 2 o'clock in the morning. All I've ate is a couple of pigskins and some nuts. And I think I'll give you some regular food, guys. All right, the most unknown, your thoughts on nuke batteries? Well, there's different kind of nuke batteries. There's a kind of where they're putting a little radioactive material in a diamond matrix, and they say those will last tens of thousands of years. Probably not a whole lot of actual watt hours available to them, but long term, hey, a lot of devices are low power. If you can make a device totally solid state, last forever, you know, maybe 10,000 years ago, somebody digs out our culture and they dig up this little thing and they press on it and it suddenly pops up and starts giving a video. Yeah, they'll probably freak out. Might be a way to preserve some knowledge. There was a guy up in maybe Washington State or Portland, maybe it's Portland, who had this idea for a battery. I think his name was Dr. Dan Brown. Brown was his last name. And he had this concept for a battery, basically. It wasn't really a battery. It uses radioisotope decay of nuclear materials traveling. Because when you're traveling, you got a charged particle. Traveling charge is electricity, basically. Well, then do some magnetic field. And these things were hitting a canister inside and inducing currents in the canister. And he was trying to make that into a nuclear battery just using low-level radioactive waste. And he thought he could power a house off something the size of a garbage can. But he had some frequency instabilities in that stuff. Something happened to him. So that effort is no longer ongoing. I think he died. But and now there's some other battery concepts you're coming up with. Thorium requires that you get hit by a neutron in order to be active. I'm not so sure. Lithium batteries, yeah, they're very problematic. We're having to really tear up the environment to run all these green cars with the mining operations in the Congo. And quite frankly, we may be able to get lithium out of seawater. When you take lithium out of seawater, you almost desalinated it. So why isn't California taking lithium out of seawater and getting our water almost desalinated, and then they could take care of their population there? I think it's terrible. I did a video on that on Green Gregs talking about we need an Apollo project for water desalination. Instead, they want to dig a trench across America, which will take them 30 years to do, and wreck the environment, pump Mississippi water into the Colorado River. And by then, everybody in the West is done starved to death anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about, guys. But I'm going to go for now. We're going to end this video. I will be back with a couple other videos, probably not live tonight, but I'm probably going to post Nelson's interview. I will do and I may do my own video first. I need to do a video about, of course, I might play his video. I have to think of how to do this. I'm going to do an after action report. What happened? I was brain dead. There you go. Yeah, there's better ways to do stuff. People come up with these dumbest ideas. Oh, why don't we do this? You know, realize all the ramifications. I mean, think about it. The Mississippi Delta wouldn't build up. We already got problems up from the levees as it is. And then we were losing Delta. And then you pump all the biological organisms from Mississippi into the Colorado River. All these new invasive species will wipe out the biome of the Colorado River. I mean, come on, guys, it's crazy. I sub. Thanks for the info. Well, thank you, the most unknown. Now, guys, come back and check out my videos from time to time, or look at my channel every couple of days to see what's new, because it's hard to get all the notifications out. We still have a good number of people in here. I appreciate everyone for being here today. I really appreciate everyone for coming here. We're 43 in there. That's awesome. All right, guys, for this channel, now for green grades, that would be very few. But for this channel, that's awesome. Guys, I thank y'all for watching, and I will be back. Oh, wow, this thing is buffering over here on my other computer. Anyway, thank y'all for watching. I will be back, and have an awesome day. we will be back to launch this thing again. And when we are, I will, good Lord willing, cover it live unless I got to be in the office. If I'm in the office, I may not be able to do this. Y'all take care and have an awesome, awesome weekend. Have a good holiday weekend.